The desert night begins with silence. It is the kind of silence that hums at the edges of hearing, so vast it almost becomes a sound of its own. Imagine lying in the dark, your breathing slowed, your body heavy with the weight of sleep. Somewhere far away, across oceans and continents, there is another silence, a silence not born of peace but of absence, of the world choosing not to look. This is the silence of Yemen. A country ancient as the stones that frame its highland villages, a place once called Arabia Felix, fortunate Arabia, because of its fertile valleys and its crossroads of trade. But tonight, in the hidden corners of history, it carries another name, the land of a forgotten war. The Yemen War has raged for years, tearing lives apart, shattering cities, reducing markets and mosques to dust. And yet, in the eyes of much of the world, it has been invisible. The news cycles flash briefly, mentioning famine, airstrikes, cholera, before the headlines drift away. Human suffering becomes a faint whisper drowned out by the louder noise of more visible conflicts. But here, in this telling, we will linger in that silence. We will press our ear to the hollow of the world's neglect and listen to the faint voices that echo back, the cries of children, the prayers of families, the stories buried under rubble and sand. There is a strange paradox in Yemen's tragedy. It is one of the worst humanitarian crises of the 21st century, and yet it has remained almost spectral in the collective imagination. This paradox is where our story begins. To speak of Yemen is to speak of a place at once hypervisible, to those who seek its oil routes, its ports, its geostrategic value, and simultaneously hidden from the ordinary gaze of global empathy. Wars that do not fit the right narratives become shadows. Wars without easy heroes and villains fade into obscurity. And when a war fades into silence, it is more than just forgotten, it risks becoming erased. The prologue to this story is not a timeline of battles or a catalogue of treaties. It is an atmosphere, a mood, a haunting presence that seeps through the cracks of global consciousness. The war in Yemen is not just about geopolitics or power struggles, it is about memory, about whose suffering counts and whose does not. To wander into the story of Yemen is to wander into a vast desert at night, where the wind whispers through ancient ruins and the stars glimmer above indifferent to human sorrow. It is to recognize that history does not only live in textbooks and headlines but also in the silences that surround them. When you close your eyes and allow the desert silence to fill you, you may begin to feel the weight of centuries pressing down. Yemen has always been a place of in-betweens, between empires, between trade routes, between faiths. It was here that frankincense and myrrh once flowed across the ancient world, perfuming temples and palaces. It was here that kingdoms rose and fell, where towers of mud brick stretched toward the sky like dreams hardened by sun. But when modern powers redrew maps, Yemen became less a jewel of history and more a pawn on a board. And pawns are rarely remembered when the game ends. This is the prologue to a story of war, but also a story of forgetting. Forgetting is its own kind of violence. It erases the dead twice, once in life, and again in memory. In Yemen, bombs fall and children starve, but the forgetting is what allows it all to continue without interruption. In the quiet hours, when the world sleeps, a listener might wonder, how many names have vanished into the silence of this war? How many stories lost because no one remained to tell them? The unsettling truth is that Yemen is not alone. History is heavy with forgotten genocides, silenced atrocities, erased communities. But Yemen's ongoing tragedy has unfolded in real time, as the world watched with one eye open and one eye firmly shut. To meditate on Yemen is to meditate on the eerie threshold between memory and oblivion, compassion and indifference. It is to question why some wars occupy every screen, while others are pushed to the margins, left to wither in obscurity. Imagine the desert again. In the stillness, a faint sound emerges, the call to prayer rising from a bombed-out mosque, the rustle of fabric as women gather food rations, the hollow silence of a school with no children left to attend. These are the sounds of Yemen's forgotten war. They float like fragments in the air, waiting for someone to hear, to remember, to weave them into a story that cannot be ignored. The prologue does not resolve this silence. It simply invites you into it. To listen deeply, slowly, meditatively. To allow the atmosphere to settle into your bones, to feel the tension between calm narration and the unsettling awareness that what is being described is real, ongoing, and largely unseen. The war in Yemen is not a ghost story, but it lingers like one. It moves at the edges of awareness, always present but rarely acknowledged. And in this way, it becomes a haunting. As this story unfolds, we will move through history, through politics, through famine and survival, through the echoes of colonial legacies and the machineries of modern war. But before we step into the specifics, we rest here, in the prologue, in the silence before the narrative fully begins. We rest in the liminal space where history whispers, where memory falters, where the forgotten beckon us closer. Because to tell the story of Yemen is not just to recount events, it is to pierce through the silence. It is to refuse the forgetting. It is to sit in the unsettling space between meditation and mourning, between sleep and awareness. And so, with breath slowed, with mind tuned to the faint echoes, we begin. There is a weight in silence, one that is almost tactile, as if the air itself has thickened with the burden of what is left unsaid. Yemen's war lingers within that silence like smoke trapped in a closed room, invisible at first, then impossible to ignore once your lungs begin to burn. It is the silence of empty markets, where stalls that once overflowed with dates, spices, and pomegranates now hold nothing but dust. It is the silence of hospitals with no electricity, where the flickering of a single candle becomes the last fragile witness to a life that cannot be saved. The war exists not only in explosions but in the absence of sound, the meals not eaten, the lullabies not sung, the laughter of children that no longer fills the courtyards. To understand this silence, one must first remember that Yemen has always been a place of contradictions, a land simultaneously blessed and cursed by geography. On maps, it is a sliver at the edge of the Arabian Peninsula, pressed against the sea and the desert. But maps rarely tell of its inner vastness, the mountains that rise like jagged teeth, the valleys carved by rivers that bloom briefly before vanishing, the ancient cities that cling to cliffsides like nests of birds. In these landscapes, silence has always been a companion, the kind that inspires poetry and prayer. Yet in war, that same silence hardens, becomes suffocating, becomes the echo of abandonment. The world has long romanticized Yemen's remoteness. Travel writers once marveled at Sanaa's skyline of mud brick towers, comparing it to a Manhattan built of clay. Merchants dreamed of the riches of Aden, once among the busiest ports of the Indian Ocean. But when the war began, the romantic imagery gave way to something darker, something easier to ignore. Remote places are easy to forget, and Yemen's remoteness became its curse. It was easier for the global imagination to let it fade into obscurity than to dwell on the hunger, the epidemics, the graves multiplying in villages with no names on international maps. When famine strikes, it does not roar, it whispers. It creeps quietly into homes, into bodies, into the fabric of daily life. In Yemen, famine has become one of the many silent genocides of the modern world, where death is not marked by the spectacle of mass violence but by the slow withering of millions. Imagine a mother boiling leaves to feed her children. Imagine the emptiness of a market where no grain sacks arrive. Imagine the skeletal outlines of infants too light to be weighed by ordinary scales. These images belong not to some distant past but to our present. And yet, how often do they cross the screens and consciousness of those far away? Silence covers them, like sand burying footprints in the desert. The prologue demands that we linger here, not rushing past these haunting fragments. Because only by lingering can one begin to feel the texture of forgetting. Forgetting is not simply the absence of memory, it is a choice, often subtle, to avert the gaze. The world forgets Yemen not because it does not know, but because remembering would require responsibility. To remember would be to confront uncomfortable truths about arms sales, about foreign interventions, about the hierarchy of whose suffering matters. Forgetting is easier. Silence is easier. And so Yemen is abandoned to its shadows. But silence, too, has cracks. Beneath the hush, voices persist. Yemen is not simply a land of victims, it is a land of resilience, of poetry, of culture that refuses to be extinguished. Even as bombs fall, weddings take place, songs are sung, verses are written. The war has not silenced Yemen completely, it has only muffled it, forcing its people to speak louder in ways that the world may one day hear. This is the eerie tension of Yemen's forgotten war, devastation alongside defiance, despair alongside stubborn survival. It is a story not only of erasure but of endurance. History reminds us that silence has always been weaponized. Colonial powers silenced the stories of the colonized. Empires silenced the names of tribes erased from their maps. Modern politics silences inconvenient wars. Yemen's silence is part of this lineage. The forgotten genocide here is not forgotten by accident, it is forgotten because remembering disrupts the narratives that sustain global order. To say, Yemen is starving, is to ask, who profits from the starvation? To say, children are dying, is to ask, whose bombs fall from the sky? These are questions powerful nations prefer not to echo in their chambers. Thus silence is maintained, carefully, strategically, until it begins to feel natural. And yet, to sit in this silence, to breathe it in as we are doing now, is to feel its unnaturalness. Something is missing. Something is unresolved. The war hovers at the edges like an uninvited ghost, whispering, tugging, waiting for someone to acknowledge its presence. The eerie quality of this story is not in the violence itself but in the world's refusal to name it. Wars often become legends, tragedies remembered for generations. Yemen risks becoming the opposite, a vast wound denied even the dignity of recognition. In the stillness of night, one might ask, what does it mean to be forgotten? It is not simply to be ignored, it is to lose the assurance that your suffering matters at all. It is to die not only without witnesses but without memory. To be forgotten is to vanish twice, first from life, and then from history. Yemen's people are forced to live under this double erasure, aware that their tragedies echo faintly in the world's conscience, but never loud enough to change the course of events. And yet, here in this telling, we break that silence. We choose to remember, slowly, deliberately, meditatively. We choose to give space to the whispers of Yemen's suffering, even if the world prefers to turn away. This prologue is not a conclusion, it is an opening, an invitation to wander through the shadows and listen deeply. For once you hear the whispers of the forgotten, you cannot unhear them. They stay with you, haunting your sleep, echoing in the spaces between dreams. Imagine standing on the high plateaus of Yemen at dusk, the air cool, the horizon fading into purple. The call to prayer drifts across the valleys, mingling with the lowing of goats, the rustle of wind in terraces carved by centuries of human hands. Then, in the distance, a sound breaks the stillness, not prayer, not wind, but the dull thud of an airstrike. The echo rolls through the mountains and then dissolves into silence again, as if the earth itself has chosen to swallow the evidence. This is the rhythm of Yemen's forgotten war: presence, erasure, sound, silence. And so we begin. Long before it became synonymous with war, famine, and silence, Yemen was known by another name. The Romans called it Arabia Felix, fortunate Arabia, because it was the lushest corner of an otherwise unforgiving peninsula. To stand upon its highland terraces centuries ago was to see green steps carved into mountains, each plot catching rainfall and coaxing life from stone. This was the land of frankincense and myrrh, the fragrances that perfumed temples across empires. It was a land where caravans stretched like slow-moving rivers across the desert, carrying spices, jewels, and stories between worlds. And yet, from the very beginning, Yemen's fortune was also its curse. Its position at the southern tip of Arabia placed it at the meeting point of worlds, Africa to the west, India to the east, Arabia to the north. Whoever controlled Yemen controlled the gateways of trade. Empires noticed. Armies marched. Ambitions circled like hawks above its mountains. The story of Yemen has always been one of beauty intertwined with conquest, resilience entwined with intrusion. To understand the modern war, one must first understand how often Yemen has been pulled into struggles not of its own making. The ancient kingdoms of Sheba, Himyar, and Saba left behind ruins that still whisper across the desert. The Queen of Sheba, remembered in the Bible and the Quran, is said to have ruled from these valleys, her court resplendent with wealth drawn from incense routes. Later, when Christianity spread, Yemen became one of the first outposts beyond Rome's grasp. Then Islam swept across the peninsula, and Yemen became one of its earliest and most devout provinces, producing scholars, poets, and merchants who carried the new faith to Africa and beyond. Through every shift, Yemen endured, shaping itself to new rulers while retaining its identity in the stones of its villages and the rhythms of its markets. But endurance has its costs. Each wave of conquest left behind scars, disruptions, seeds of future conflict. Ottoman armies came with muskets and taxes, the British came with steamships and gunboats. For centuries, Yemen existed at the edges of empire, sometimes resisting fiercely, sometimes yielding strategically, but never entirely free of the long shadow of foreign designs. This legacy is one of the keys to the silence that now surrounds Yemen's war. When a place has been repeatedly reduced to a pawn on a larger board, the world learns to see it not as a living society but as a space to be controlled, a backdrop for other powers' ambitions. To wander through Sana'a, even in memory, is to feel this layering of histories. Its old city rises like a dream of mud and stone, houses painted with white gypsum patterns that resemble lace against the earthen walls. Narrow streets coil between towers that have stood for centuries, their stained glass windows glowing amber at dusk. To walk here is to sense the hum of life, the prayers rising from mosques, the market cries of vendors selling coffee, honey, and cat leaves. And yet, even this living heart of Yemen has not escaped the tremors of war. Airstrikes have shattered windows, markets have fallen silent, and the beauty of the old city has been scarred. Still, it stands, fragile yet unbroken, as if defying the silence imposed upon it. Yemen's geography has always bred paradoxes. In the north, high mountains and cool plateaus shelter ancient villages where people still build in the styles of their ancestors. In the south, deserts roll toward the sea, where the port of Aden once thrived as a hub of empire. Along the coasts, fishing communities depend on the bounty of the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea, while inland, nomads follow the shifting seasons. This diversity has made Yemen a mosaic of tribes, dialects, and traditions. But it has also made it difficult to unify, difficult to govern, difficult to conquer. Empires that tried often found themselves entangled in the complexity of Yemen's terrain and people, their ambitions frustrated by mountains that swallowed armies and tribes that refused submission. The 20th century brought new storms. The British established control over Aden in the south, transforming it into a coaling station and later a vital port for global shipping. The Ottomans clung to the north, though never with complete authority. When the Ottomans withdrew after the First World War, Yemen's north fell under the rule of the Zaydi Imams, a theocracy that preserved tradition while resisting modern encroachments. In the south, British influence hardened into colonial rule. Yemen became two countries divided by foreign legacies, a fracture that would later fuel conflict after conflict. These divisions set the stage for the present war, though the connections may not be immediately visible. What we call the Yemen War today is not just a conflict of the 21st century. It is the culmination of centuries of interventions, fractures, and forgotten grievances. Each layer of history presses down on the present, like strata in stone, shaping the violence and silence alike. To speak of Yemen today is to invoke not only bombs and blockades but also ancient incense routes, Ottoman taxes, British treaties, and Cold War rivalries. There is an eeriness to this continuity, as if Yemen were destined to be haunted by external ambitions. But destiny is too simple a word. What we are dealing with is not fate but a pattern, one repeated so many times that it begins to feel inevitable, even though it is not. The silence surrounding Yemen's suffering is part of that pattern. The world sees Yemen not as a people but as a problem, not as a homeland but as a hotspot. And problems, once managed, can be forgotten. Yet beneath the weight of silence, the land continues to speak. In the terraces carved into mountainsides, in the mosques that echo with prayer, in the resilience of families who rebuild after each strike, Yemen insists on its presence. Even if forgotten by headlines, it endures in the fabric of daily life. A war may erase markets and schools, but it cannot erase the memory of a land called Arabia Felix, a land that has given much to the world and received little in return. The unsettling quality of Yemen's story lies in this duality, the beauty of endurance shadowed by the violence of erasure. To meditate on Yemen is to feel both awe and sorrow, to drift between admiration for its resilience and unease at the neglect that surrounds it. The world's silence becomes part of the war itself, an accomplice to famine, to disease, to death. To listen, then, is to resist complicity. It is to break the pattern, however slightly, by choosing to remember. Yemen's story demands patience. It is not a tale that can be consumed in quick headlines or summarized in brief reports. It requires immersion, a willingness to drift with its silences and absorb its echoes. Only then does the full weight of the tragedy, and the resilience, begin to emerge. To understand Yemen, one must linger on its contrasts. It is a land where mountain villages rise so high above the clouds that they seem closer to the heavens than the earth, and yet, in those same villages, families may have no bread for their evening meal. It is a land where the call to prayer rings out 5 times a day from minarets older than many nations, and yet, the quiet between those calls is filled with the groaning of hunger and the distant hum of warplanes. These contradictions are not new. They have always defined Yemen, a place where beauty and suffering are interwoven so tightly that they cannot be separated. The old poets of Yemen once sang of its rivers, fleeting and rare, that brought sudden bursts of green to valleys otherwise scorched by the sun. They wrote of the terraces that clung to mountainsides like delicate stairways to the sky, each one carved by generations who knew how to coax life from barren slopes. These terraces still exist, though many lie abandoned now, victims of war and displacement. Yet when you stand among them, it is easy to imagine the rhythm of the past, water trickling from one step to the next, children carrying baskets of grain, laughter echoing against the rocks. In this landscape, silence was once sacred, a pause between the labors of farming and the rituals of prayer. Now, Silence carries another meaning: the absence of voices, the absence of futures, the absence of global witness. The silence is not only geographical, it is political. Yemen was rarely allowed to shape its destiny without interference. In the 19th century, when the British seized Aden, they did not ask the tribes of the south what future they imagined. They cared only for coal and ships, for keeping the trade routes secure. When the Ottomans ruled the north, they did not marvel at Yemen's poets or craftsmen. They cared only for tax revenues, for loyalty, for keeping restive tribes under control. In the Cold War era, when the South became Marxist and the North remained under traditional rule, the superpowers looked at Yemen not as Yemen but as a square on the global chessboard. And when the Cold War ended, Yemen was left fractured, weary, its divisions ripe for exploitation by newer powers. Each of these moments left a scar. Those scars are rarely visible to those who do not look closely. They show up not in grand monuments but in the texture of daily life, in a tribe's distrust of outsiders, in a family's memory of exile, in the faint hesitation when neighbors from different regions meet. These scars are woven into Yemen society like threads in a tapestry, invisible from a distance but clear when one takes the time to see. The present war draws its fuel from these threads, pulling them apart, tangling them further, until the whole fabric threatens to unravel. There is a strange, almost eerie quality to the way Yemen's history repeats itself. Empires arrive, claim dominion, then falter. Each leaves behind fragments, a fortress here, a port city there, a line on a map that does not match the lives of those it divides. The people of Yemen adapt, resist, survive, only to face another wave of intrusion. This cycle creates a rhythm that feels hauntingly familiar. To live in Yemen is to know that tomorrow may not belong to you, that the winds of outside ambition can sweep through at any moment, erasing what you built today. It is a rhythm of resilience, but also of exhaustion, the kind of exhaustion that feeds silence. The silence deepens when famine takes hold. Unlike the sudden violence of airstrikes, famine creeps slowly, invisibly, almost imperceptibly. It begins with shortages at the market, with families skipping meals, with mothers eating less so that children may eat more. Then it grows, children's faces hollow, their ribs show, their eyes lose their sparkle. Hospitals report malnutrition, but medicines are scarce, and food is scarcer still. The tragedy is not sudden, it is incremental, unfolding day by day, meal by meal, until an entire generation is marked by hunger. And because famine does not explode or scream, it becomes easier to ignore. It becomes one more silent genocide that the world can look away from. When we speak of Yemen as Arabia Felix, we must remember that this title was once both true and false. True, because Yemen was fertile compared to its neighbors, blessed with rains that nourished valleys. False, because the label was imposed by outsiders, who saw in Yemen only its resources, not its struggles. That false optimism persists today in another form, the belief that Yemen is distant, peripheral, unimportant. This perception allows the world to forget, to silence, to erase. But the people who live in Yemen know differently. They know that their land has always mattered, that it has always been central to the flows of history. What they do not know is why their suffering matters so little to those outside. Imagine standing at the port of Aden in the 19th century. Steamships arrive, their funnels belching smoke, sailors unloading crates, officials in white uniforms barking orders. The port bustles with activity, but this energy does not belong to Yemen. It belongs to empire. Local workers labor for foreign masters, their sweat building the infrastructure of someone else's wealth. Now, shift your vision to the same port in the 21st century. The scene is different yet eerily the same. Warships patrol the waters, shipments of weapons move through, and foreign powers continue to dictate the rhythms of the harbor. Yemen remains central, but never for itself, always for someone else. This continuity is part of the haunting silence of Yemen's war. And yet, silence is never complete. Beneath the hush, songs persist. Yemen has one of the richest traditions of poetry in the Arab world, a tradition that survives even in the darkest times. In the villages, poets still recite verses of longing, resilience, and sorrow. These poems are not meant for the world's ears, they are meant to remind the people themselves that they exist, that their stories cannot be erased. The same is true of Yemen's music, with its distinctive rhythms and instruments that echo the beat of mountains and seas. Even when bombs fall, music is played. Even when famine spreads, poetry is spoken. These voices puncture the silence, faint but undeniable. To immerse oneself in Yemen's story is to accept that silence and sound will always coexist here. The silence of abandonment, the sound of endurance. The silence of the forgotten, the sound of the resilient. This duality is unsettling because it forces us to ask, which will dominate? Will silence swallow Yemen whole, leaving it a footnote in history? Or will its voices rise loud enough to pierce the indifference of the world? The eerie truth is that both possibilities coexist in the present moment. As we listen, as we narrate, Yemen is both vanishing and enduring, both forgotten and remembered, both erased and defiant. This tension is what gives the story its haunting atmosphere. It is why Yemen's war feels less like a conflict unfolding in real time and more like a ghost pressing against the walls of consciousness, demanding to be acknowledged. The roots of Yemen's modern struggles back through its fractured histories, through colonial legacies, through the shifting allegiances of the Cold War and beyond. But for now, it lingers on the land itself, on the paradox of Arabia Felix, on the haunting silence of famine, on the resilience of culture that refuses to be extinguished. For only by listening deeply to these layers can one begin to understand why Yemen's war is not just another conflict, but a hidden genocide the world has chosen to ignore. When you step into Yemen's story, it is as if you are stepping into a layered palimpsest, a manuscript written, erased, rewritten, each word faintly visible beneath the next. The modern war, with all its hunger and destruction, is written in heavy ink. But beneath it lie older inscriptions, the words of sultans, the marks of empires, the faint strokes of poets. Each era leaves its residue, staining the fabric of the present. And so, to wander through Yemen's landscapes today is to walk through a text that cannot be read all at once, a text that demands patience, silence, attention. The old kingdoms of Yemen were not myths, they were powerhouses of their age. The Sabaeans, whose queen became legendary through the tale of Solomon, ruled from the fertile Marib basin. They built the Marib Dam, an engineering marvel of the ancient world, harnessing seasonal floods to irrigate vast stretches of farmland. For centuries, this dam transformed the desert into orchards and fields, feeding not only Yemen but the trade routes that stretched into the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. Its collapse, sometime around the 6th century, became both literal disaster and symbolic omen. The gardens withered, populations scattered, and Yemen entered centuries of flux. Even now, Yemenis look back on the dam as a symbol of both their ingenuity and their fragility, a reminder that abundance can vanish overnight, leaving only silence in its wake. The echoes of that dam's collapse still haunt the present. Famine, displacement, the scattering of communities, these are not new tragedies for Yemen. They are part of a cycle that repeats, each time more devastating, each time compounded by new layers of interference. In the modern era, it is not a dam's collapse but a blockade, an airstrike, a political betrayal that disrupts the flow of life. And yet the result is the same: fields wither, families scatter, silence spreads. The land itself resists forgetting. The mountains rise stubbornly, their ridges carved with centuries of labor. Villages perch precariously on cliffs, their windows glowing with colored glass even as warplanes thunder overhead. These landscapes are not passive, they shape the people who inhabit them. Yemen's tribes are known for their fierce independence, for their refusal to be subdued by outsiders. This independence has always been both strength and vulnerability. It has allowed Yemen to resist full conquest, but it has also made unity elusive, making the nation vulnerable to manipulation by external powers. Silence often creeps in through disunity. When a people are divided, their cries can be more easily ignored. Consider the Cold War's impact on Yemen. After the British left Aden in 1967, the South became the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, the Arab world's only Marxist state. Supported by the Soviet Union, it sought to modernize, to reform, to remake society along socialist lines. Meanwhile, the North remained conservative, ruled by tribal alliances and traditional leaders, its economy tied to Saudi Arabia. Two Yemens emerged, glaring at each other across a border, their differences sharpened by superpower rivalry. Wars flared between them, each conflict further fracturing the fabric of a people who had once shared valleys, markets, and traditions. When unification came in 1990, it seemed like a miracle, two Yemens, so long divided, finally merging into one. But beneath the celebration lay deep suspicion, unresolved grievances, and the quiet hum of outside interests. Oil revenues, foreign aid, political rivalries, these became battlegrounds. The silence of unity was deceptive, beneath it simmered discontent. By 1994, war broke out again between North and South, and the fragile union became one more scar in Yemen's history of division. This cycle of hope and betrayal, unity and fracture, is part of what makes Yemen's present so haunting. Every promise of stability has carried within it the seeds of conflict. Every silence has concealed an approaching storm. To meditate on this is to feel the eerie repetition of history, as if Yemen were caught in a loop, replaying the same tragedies under different names. Yet even in these cycles, life persists. Walk through a Yemeni souk, and you will still find the rhythm of bargaining, the aroma of coffee spiced with cardamom, the hum of daily survival. Cat leaves, chewed in the afternoons, fuel long conversations, weaving communities together even as wars tear them apart. Honey, prized for its richness, remains a source of pride, a taste of continuity amid disruption. These small details, cat, honey, coffee, are not trivial. They are acts of defiance, affirmations of identity that persist even when silence threatens to erase everything else. The unsettling undertone of Yemen's story lies in its contrast between continuity and erasure. Continuity in its culture, erasure in its politics. Continuity in its resilience, erasure in its global presence. Yemen is always there, enduring, surviving, and yet in the imagination of the world, it slips further into shadow. Wars in other lands dominate headlines, while Yemen's suffering is relegated to footnotes. This is what makes the silence so dangerous. It not only conceals tragedy, it distorts memory, shaping which histories are remembered and which are lost. The world once marveled at Yemen. Marco Polo spoke of its riches, Islamic historians praised its scholars, merchants coveted its incense. But the world of today forgets. The beauty of Sanaa's old city, the vastness of Hadramaut's valleys, the resilience of Aden's port, these are eclipsed by images of rubble and hunger, and then even those images fade, replaced by silence. Yemen becomes not a place but an absence, not a society but a crisis vaguely understood, vaguely acknowledged, vaguely dismissed. And yet, for those who live within its borders, the silence is deafening. A farmer in the highlands does not need to be told that famine is real, he feels it in his empty fields. A mother in Hudaida does not need to read reports about malnutrition, she holds it in her arms. A child in Sanaa does not need to hear that warplanes are flying overhead, he hears their engines, feels the tremors, knows the fear. For them, silence is not an absence of sound but an absence of recognition. They cry out, but the echoes return only faintly, distorted, as if the world were listening through layers of cotton. There is a haunting metaphor in Yemen's history of coffee. Centuries ago, Yemen's port of Mocha gave its name to the world's favorite beverage. The beans cultivated on its terraced mountains fueled trade, conversation, revolutions far from its shores. Yet in the modern age, Yemen's role in coffee diminished, eclipsed by plantations in other lands. The drink remained, but Yemen's name faded from memory, remembered only as a flavor, not as a place. The same risk faces Yemen's war, that its suffering will fuel conversations, statistics, debates in foreign halls, while the living voices of its people fade into silence. The land called Arabia Felix was never simply fortunate, it was contested, coveted, consumed. Its people have endured waves of intrusion, each leaving behind shadows. The war today is not isolated but layered, haunted by the echoes of past betrayals. To meditate on Yemen is to feel those echoes reverberate, unsettling, eerie, impossible to dismiss once heard. And so, the story lingers here, in the contrasts of land and silence, fortune and famine, resilience and erasure. The war is not yet described in detail, its machinery of bombs and blockades. For now, we remain in the haunting atmosphere of a land misnamed fortunate, a land that endures in silence, waiting for the world to remember. The silence that blankets Yemen is not always absence. Sometimes it is the silence of endurance, the pause between breaths, the stillness of a people who know storms will pass, even if the wreckage remains. There is a kind of patience in Yemeni history that can feel almost otherworldly, as though the nation has learned to live not in years but in centuries, watching empires rise and fall, waiting for the dust to settle. Yet patience, however noble, can be exploited. It allows the world to look away, to assume that Yemen will endure as it always has, without intervention, without recognition. And so, endurance becomes indistinguishable from invisibility. In the chronicles of medieval geographers, Yemen was praised not only for its wealth but for its wisdom. Cities like Zabid and Sana'a were seats of learning, where scholars debated law and theology under the flickering glow of oil lamps. Manuscripts, carefully copied and preserved, were traded like treasures. Pilgrims passed through Yemen on their way to Mecca, carrying with them stories of Yemeni hospitality, Yemeni poetry, Yemeni pride. To read these accounts today is to glimpse a Yemen very different from the one conjured by modern headlines, a Yemen that was central, not peripheral. The tragedy lies not only in Yemen's current suffering but in its transformation from center to margin, from voice to echo. The shift was not sudden. Yemen's decline into silence came through centuries of entanglement. The Ottoman Empire sought to extend its authority into the mountains, finding only resistance and rebellion. British ships anchored in Aden, carving out a colony that would remain in their grip for more than a century. Saudis pressed along the border, shaping alliances with northern tribes. Each intrusion left its mark, leaving Yemen caught between external ambitions and internal fractures. Silence was not chosen, it was imposed, layered upon Yemen like veils until its voice grew faint. And yet, even when veiled, voices find ways to carry. The oral tradition of Yemen is powerful, woven into poetry, song, and story. Poets have long been revered, not merely as entertainers but as truth-tellers, preservers of memory. In the cat sessions of the afternoon, verses would be recited, improvised, debated. Poetry became both art and weapon, a way of expressing dissent, of mocking authority, of preserving history when silence threatened to erase it. Even now, amid rubble and hunger, Yemen's poets continue, their words circulating on radio, in gatherings, on scraps of paper. The world may not listen, but Yemen listens to itself, sustaining its identity through rhythm and rhyme. The physical environment of Yemen embodies this tension between strength and fragility. The mountains are formidable, yet water is scarce. The valleys are fertile, yet dependent on fragile systems of irrigation. The coasts connect Yemen to the world, yet they make it vulnerable to blockade. In the present conflict, these geographical realities become strategic calculations. Airstrikes target infrastructure, blockades choke ports, water scarcity intensifies famine. Geography, once a source of resilience, becomes a vulnerability exploited by war. It is in this tension, between resilience and vulnerability, presence and absence, continuity and erasure, that the haunting quality of Yemen's story emerges. The war is not only physical but symbolic, waged not only on bodies but on memory. Silence is its most insidious weapon. When a tragedy is not seen, it is not fully acknowledged. When it is not acknowledged, it risks being forgotten, and when it is forgotten, it repeats. The eerie meditation of Yemen's silence is thus a meditation on forgetting itself. What happens to a people when their suffering is overlooked? What happens to history when certain voices are erased? These questions hover in the air, demanding reflection from those who hear this story, even as sleep edges closer, even as the rhythm of narration lulls. One might imagine Yemen as a lantern in the desert night, its flame flickering against the winds of empire, war, and neglect. The flame has never gone out, though it has dimmed. It continues to glow, sustained by those who refuse to let silence consume them, mothers feeding children with scraps, farmers tending small plots of land, poets reciting verses into the dusk. The lantern endures, fragile but unextinguished, casting light even when unseen. We have walked through its ancient kingdoms, its scars of empire, its cycles of unity and fracture. We have listened to its silences and its voices, felt the eerie persistence of memory amid erasure. The war itself waits ahead, vast and consuming, its machinery of destruction poised to unfold. But before we cross that threshold, we carry with us the weight of Yemen's past, the gardens of Marib, the ports of Mocha, the poetry of the highlands, the lantern flickering in the desert. These memories will serve as guide and haunting as we step deeper into the forgotten genocide, the hidden war the world ignored. For now, the silence lingers. It is not yet broken, but it is filled with echoes. And those echoes, once heard, cannot be unheard. The silence that hung over Yemen in the early 21st century was deceptive. It was not the silence of peace but of exhaustion, of a people who had endured decades of fractured unity, wars of succession, and the slow erosion of promises never fulfilled. It was the kind of silence one might find before a storm, a heaviness in the air, a stillness in the fields, a sense that something long suppressed was waiting, pressing, demanding release. At the dawn of the new millennium, Yemen stood at a crossroads between hope and despair. In 1990, unification had been hailed as a triumph. North and South, divided for generations, now bound as one nation. But in the years that followed, this unity frayed. Economic inequality deepened, corruption spread like rot, and power remained concentrated in the hands of a few. The promise of democracy became a shell, hollowed out by manipulation. For many Yemenis, especially in the south, unification began to feel less like liberation and more like annexation. Ali Abdullah Saleh, the man who had ruled North Yemen since 1978 and the unified state since 1990, styled himself a master of balance. He described governing Yemen as dancing on the heads of snakes, a phrase both vivid and chilling, for it revealed the precariousness of his grip on power. Saleh knew the tribes, their rivalries, their loyalties. He distributed wealth, positions, and weapons strategically, ensuring that no one faction grew strong enough to topple him. For decades, he succeeded, and Yemen drifted in a strange equilibrium, not stable, not collapsing, always teetering on the edge. But beneath the surface, discontent smoldered. In the north, the Houthi movement emerged from the marginalized Zaydi Shia community, rooted in the mountains of Sada. Initially a cultural and religious revivalist group, the Houthis soon clashed with the central government, sparking a series of brutal wars in the 2000s. These conflicts devastated northern villages, displaced thousands, and hardened resentments. Saleh labeled the Houthis as rebels, terrorists, threats to the state, but their grievances were deeper than labels could contain. They saw themselves as a community left behind, dismissed, and targeted. In the south, the scars of the 1994 civil war lingered. The Southern Movement, or Al-Hirak, gained momentum, demanding autonomy, dignity, and recognition. Southerners felt exploited, their resources siphoned north, their voices ignored. Demonstrations erupted, met with repression. Unity, once celebrated, now felt like a chain. The silence of unity was cracking. And then came the year 2011. Across the Arab world, uprisings erupted. In Tunisia, a fruit seller's desperate act sparked revolution. In Egypt, masses flooded Tahrir Square. In Libya, protests ignited a civil war that would topple a dictator. The air of possibility spread like fire through dry grass, and Yemen was not immune. In Sana'a, Taiz, Aden, and beyond, Yemenis poured into the streets. They chanted for dignity, for justice, for an end to corruption. They carried banners, not weapons, their voices, not guns, filled the squares. Women, men, students, elders, all gathered in a rare moment of unity, demanding change. The silence was broken not by warplanes or bombs, but by the collective roar of a people who had grown weary of waiting. Ali Abdullah Saleh faced his greatest challenge. For months, he clung to power, alternating between concessions and crackdowns. His security forces opened fire on demonstrators, blood spilled in what became known as the Friday of Dignity. Yet the protests did not stop. The chants grew louder, echoing through city streets, unsettling in their persistence. Saleh's allies began to waver. International pressure mounted. By the end of 2011, the Master of Snakes was forced to step down, handing power to his deputy, Abdrabbuh Mansour Hadi, under a Gulf broker deal. For a brief moment, hope flickered. Perhaps this was the turning point, the moment Yemen would break free from its cycles of betrayal. A national dialogue was launched, bringing together representatives of political parties, tribes, women's groups, and youth. The air was thick with possibility. Could Yemen finally craft a new social contract, one that included all its voices? But hope is fragile, and in Yemen, it has always been shadowed by betrayal. The dialogue stumbled on old wounds, the demands of the South, the grievances of the Houthis, the mistrust between factions. Promises were made but not kept. The economy worsened, corruption persisted, and Hadi's government, meant to guide a transition, grew increasingly weak. For many Yemenis, the revolution's dream soured into disillusionment. In the mountains of Sa'da, the Houthis regrouped. They were no longer a fringe movement but a growing force, armed and determined. Saleh, though deposed, remained a player, his networks intact, his ambitions undimmed. Old enemies began to find new uses for each other. Shadows lengthened over Yemen's fragile experiment in democracy. The silence that followed the protests was different from the one before. It was not the silence of suppression but of waiting, as though the land itself held its breath, knowing that the storm had not passed but merely shifted course. The eerie quality of this silence was unmistakable, a quiet before a war that would devour the nation, a lull in which alliances were forged, betrayals planned, tragedies prepared. In the old city of Sana'a, life continued. Children played in narrow alleys, women carried water jugs, men chewed cat in the afternoons. But beneath the surface, rumors spread. Militias gathered strength. Weapons moved quietly through the mountains. A new chapter was forming, its ink dark, its tone grim. And when it came, it would transform Yemen from a nation of unfulfilled dreams into a theater of devastation, a genocide hidden in plain sight. The spark had been lit. The silence was over. And the war, once unthinkable in its scale, was about to begin. The hope that glimmered in the early months of Yemen's transition soon flickered against the winds of reality. Abdrabbu Mansur Hadi, the quiet, unassuming man thrust into the role of president, was not a revolutionary by nature. He was a compromise, a caretaker figure meant to hold the balance while Yemen charted a new future. But compromise rarely satisfies, and in Yemen, compromise often feeds suspicion. Hadi lacked the charisma, the tribal networks, the cunning of Saleh. He governed with hesitation, often seen as weak, sometimes as a puppet, rarely as a leader who could command loyalty. The National Dialogue Conference, hailed as the centerpiece of the transition, began in 2013. Hundreds of delegates gathered, representing Yemen's fractured political landscape, Islamists and secularists, tribal leaders and youth activists, women's rights advocates and military officials, Southerners and Northerners, Houthis and loyalists. It was an ambitious attempt at inclusivity, at bringing all voices to the table. For months, the conference wrestled with questions of governance, federalism, justice, and reconciliation. On paper, the dialogue achieved much: recognition of grievances, promises of reforms, even a framework for a federal state. But paper is fragile, and the ink of compromise fades quickly when not backed by power. Many Yemenis outside the halls of the dialogue saw little change in their daily lives. The economy continued to falter. Fuel shortages spread. Corruption, the old disease, persisted unchecked. For the Southern movement, the dialogue felt like a diversion from their core demand, autonomy. For the Houthis, it was an arena where their voices were heard but not heeded. The promises made inside the conference hall did not echo in the mountains of Sada or the streets of Aden. And beyond Yemen's borders, shadows gathered. Saudi Arabia, long accustomed to exerting influence over its poorer neighbor, watched the transition with unease. Iran, sensing opportunity, extended quiet support to the Houthis, framing it as solidarity with fellow Shia but also as a strategic foothold in Arabia. The United States, its attention divided, focused primarily on counterterrorism operations against al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, launching drone strikes that killed militants but also civilians, fueling anger and resentment. Each external actor viewed Yemen through a narrow lens of interest, rarely through the broader lens of its people's suffering. Meanwhile, Ali Abdullah Saleh, though forced from the presidency, did not vanish. He was a man of survival, a master of maneuver. For decades he had described ruling Yemen as dancing on the heads of snakes, and now, in his enforced retirement, he began a new dance. He cultivated his loyalists in the military, nurtured resentment among tribes, and watched as Hadi stumbled. He understood that chaos could be an opportunity, that silence could be turned into an advantage. And in the Houthis, his former enemies, he saw potential allies. The irony was thick, the alliance improbable, but in Yemen, survival often makes strange bedfellows. By 2014, the Houthis had grown in strength. Their fighters, disciplined and hardened by years of conflict in the north, began advancing southward. In city after city, they met little resistance. Many Yemenis, disillusioned with Hadi's weak government, even welcomed them, hoping that the Houthis might bring order where the state had failed. Saleh's loyalists in the army quietly facilitated their advance, opening roads, withholding fire, ensuring the Houthis' path was less battle than procession. The eerie silence returned, but this time it was the silence of acquiescence, the unsettling quiet that falls when a population watches events unfold with resignation rather than resistance. In September 2014, the Houthis entered Sana'a. The capital, with its ancient skyline of stone towers and stained glass windows, fell with barely a fight. Soldiers surrendered, officials fled, the government crumbled. The Houthis paraded through the streets, their slogans echoing off centuries-old walls, their victory both shocking and inevitable. Abdrabbuh Mansur Hadi, humiliated, remained president in name but little more. He was soon placed under house arrest, his authority hollowed out, his voice muted. Saleh's shadow grew larger, his alliance with the Houthis now an open secret. The man who had been forced from power was once again at the center of it, weaving webs in the silence, pulling strings in the dark. But the Houthis were not mere puppets. They had their own ambitions, their own vision of Yemen's future. They declared themselves the custodians of the revolution, the defenders of sovereignty against corruption and foreign domination. Their enemies saw them differently, as zealots, usurpers, pawns of Iran. Each label carried a piece of truth, but none captured the full complexity. The reality was simpler and more haunting. A marginalized community, hardened by years of war, had seized power in the vacuum left by failed transitions, abandoned promises, and international neglect. The world noticed, belatedly. In Riyadh, the capture of Sana'a was viewed not as a local uprising but as an existential threat. Saudi Arabia, long fearful of Iranian influence on its southern flank, saw the Houthis rise as a proxy expansion of Tehran. In Washington, policymakers debated whether Hadi could be restored or whether Yemen had slipped beyond repair. In the United Nations, resolutions were drafted, statements issued, words piled upon words. But in Yemen, the silence grew heavier. It was the silence of a people caught between rival powers, their fate decided not in their streets but in distant capitals. As the Houthis consolidated their control, dissent grew. Protests erupted, but were swiftly quashed. Journalists were silenced. Critics disappeared. What had begun as a movement of resistance now bore the hallmarks of authoritarian rule. And yet, for many Yemenis, survival outweighed ideology. To live under the Houthis was, for some, preferable to chaos. To others, it was merely a different form of oppression. The silence of Sana'a became eerie, unsettling. The city that had once thrummed with debate, with the chatter of markets and the arguments of politicians, now lay subdued. Fighters manned checkpoints, banners declared new slogans, and the ordinary rhythm of life adjusted to a new order. Beneath it all, uncertainty lingered. How long could this last? What storm was gathering beyond the mountains, waiting to break? The answer would come swiftly, with the roar of jets, the thunder of bombs, the grinding machinery of a war that would engulf the nation. The spark in the silence had become a blaze. And the world, which had turned away for so long, would return to Yemen not with aid or reconciliation, but with weapons, airstrikes, and sieges. The war was about to begin in earnest. The fall of Sana'a in September 2014 was not just the collapse of a city, it was the collapse of a carefully constructed illusion. The illusion that Yemen's national dialogue had produced stability. The illusion that international diplomacy had secured a peaceful transition. The illusion that the world could look away from Yemen and expect it to resolve itself quietly. With Sana'a under Houthi control, every mask was stripped away. What remained was the raw face of power, contested by force, manipulated by shadows, and abandoned by the guardians of international order. In the presidential palace, Abdrabbu'l Mansur Hadi found himself reduced to a figurehead. Surrounded by Houthi fighters, his movements restricted, his words scrutinized, Hadi became the symbol of Yemen's broken promises. He had been entrusted with the stewardship of a nation, yet the levers of control slipped from his hands like grains of sand. His allies in the Gulf watched with dismay, but their support was tepid, their actions hesitant. For a moment, it seemed as though Yemen had entered a twilight of quiet domination, with the Houthis ruling from behind slogans and Saleh lurking in the background, waiting for his next move. But twilight did not last. In early 2015, Hadi managed to slip out of house arrest and flee south to Aden, the port city on the Arabian Sea that had once been the capital of independent South Yemen. From there, he declared himself the legitimate leader, denouncing the Houthi takeover as a coup. His flight electrified Yemen's fractured politics. To the Houthis, it was an act of defiance. To the Southerners, it was another northern imposition on their fragile autonomy. To Saudi Arabia, it was the last straw. The Saudis had long seen Yemen as both a buffer and a burden. A weak Yemen could be influenced, even manipulated. A strong Yemen was a threat. But a Yemen dominated by the Houthis, whom Riyadh perceived as Iranian proxies, was intolerable. The thought of Tehran's influence stretching to the very doorstep of the Arabian Peninsula was, in the Saudi imagination, an existential danger. It was not simply about Yemen, it was about regional supremacy, about the rivalry between Riyadh and Tehran that had been simmering for decades. So, the kingdom prepared for war. In March 2015, a coalition of Arab states led by Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates announced the launch of Operation Decisive Storm. It was to be a swift campaign, a short, sharp intervention that would restore Hadi to power, drive the Houthis back to their northern strongholds, and reassert the old order. Saudi jets roared into Yemeni skies, their bombs falling on Sana'a, on Sa'da, on Taiz, on Hodeidah. The coalition spoke the language of precision, of legitimacy, of liberation. But for those on the ground, it was the language of fire and ruin. The first nights of bombing were unforgettable. Sana'a, with its centuries-old homes and narrow alleys, shook under the weight of modern war. Residents huddled in darkness as the sky glowed red. Children screamed. Windows shattered. The air filled with the acrid smell of explosives and dust. The sound was relentless, a deep, rolling thunder that did not cease. For many Yemenis, it was the first time they had experienced aerial bombardment. For others, it was the confirmation of their deepest fears, that Yemen was no longer theirs to decide, that their fate was now the plaything of greater powers. The coalition struck not only military targets but also infrastructure, airports, ports, power plants, factories, even schools and hospitals. The logic was to cripple the Houthis' ability to govern, to weaken their grip. But in a country as fragile as Yemen, where civilian and military spheres were deeply intertwined, the effect was devastating to ordinary people. Bridges collapsed. Roads were cut. Markets burned. In a matter of weeks, the already fragile economy ground to a halt. And yet, the Houthis did not collapse. Far from being a swift, decisive storm, the intervention became the opening chapter of a protracted war. Houthi fighters, familiar with guerrilla tactics and hardened by years of conflict in Sa'da, adapted quickly. They melted into the mountains, into the narrow alleys of cities, striking back with ambushes, raids, and relentless resilience. Their control over northern Yemen tightened rather than weakened. In Sana'a, their banners multiplied. Their checkpoints grew stricter. The capital became a fortress. Meanwhile, Saleh's role remained a twisted irony. The man once hailed by Saudi Arabia as a partner against extremism now found himself indirectly aligned with their enemies. His loyalists in the military, still controlling significant arsenals, fought alongside the Houthis. It was a marriage of convenience, born not of trust but of necessity, and destined for betrayal. Yet in those early months, it gave the Houthis a strength they might otherwise have lacked. The coalition, frustrated by the Houthis' endurance, escalated. The bombing campaign intensified. A blockade was imposed on Yemen's ports, ostensibly to prevent weapons from reaching the Houthis. In reality, it strangled the flow of food, fuel, and medicine into a country already on the brink. Yemen, which imported the vast majority of its essentials, began to starve. Prices soared. Shelves emptied. Hospitals ran out of supplies. In villages across Yemen, silence took on a new meaning. It was the silence of hunger, of children too weak to cry, of mothers skipping meals to feed their infants, of families staring at barren fields and empty plates. Aid groups warned of famine, but their access was limited, their pleas drowned out by the noise of warplanes and the indifference of geopolitics. The United Nations attempted mediation. Talks were held in Geneva, in Kuwait, in Oman. Ceasefires were declared, broken, declared again. Each time, hopes rose briefly, then shattered. The war had taken on a life of its own, driven not just by the rivalry of Houthis and Hadi, or of Saleh and his enemies, but by the broader contest between Saudi Arabia and Iran, the ambitions of the UAE, the calculations of Washington, and the apathy of a world consumed by other crises. By late 2015, the contours of the conflict were clear, a stalemate, brutal and grinding, in which civilians bore the brunt. The coalition dominated the skies but could not secure the ground. The Houthis controlled the capital and the populous north but could not extend their authority into the south, where resistance was fierce and where Al-Qaeda and ISIS exploited the chaos to expand. The south itself was no monolith. Separatists, Islamists, tribal militias, and Hadi's loyalists all vied for control, fracturing the supposed unity of the anti-Houthi front. In Aden, Hadi's government in exile tried to reconstitute authority, but it was fragile, dependent on foreign protection, and riddled with infighting. Ministers came and went. Bureaucracy barely functioned. The city itself, battered by fighting and bombings, became both a refuge and a battleground. Across Yemen, ordinary life disintegrated. Schools closed, or else became shelters for displaced families. Hospitals overflowed with the wounded, then shut their doors as supplies ran out. Weddings turned into funerals as airstrikes hit civilian gatherings. Farmers abandoned their fields, unable to irrigate without fuel. Water scarcity worsened, as pumps failed and wells dried. Cholera spread like wildfire through weakened communities, one of the largest outbreaks in modern history. And still, the bombs fell. Still, the blockade tightened. Still, the world looked away. Yemen, already the poorest nation in the Arab world, was being reduced to rubble not just by the conflict but by the indifference of those with the power to intervene meaningfully. International headlines gave fleeting attention, then moved on. Syria dominated the news. Iraq consumed Western focus. Yemen was the forgotten war, the hidden genocide, unfolding in silence. The silence was deceptive. Beneath it was a roar of suffering, of grief, of rage. In the homes of Sana'a, families buried their dead quietly. In the camps of displaced people, children wasted away slowly. In the mountains of Sa'da, fighters sang battle songs even as their villages lay in ruins. The silence was not the absence of noise, but the absence of witnesses. For the coalition, the war had already drifted from its stated goals. Hadi's restoration was elusive. The Houthis remained entrenched. Iran's support, while often exaggerated, had deepened in response to the Saudi campaign. What was meant to be a short war of weeks had stretched into months, then years, with no end in sight. But the machinery of war rarely pauses once set in motion. Contracts for weapons were signed. Alliances were hardened. Pride and fear prevented retreat. And so, Yemen descended further. Step by step, bomb by bomb, hunger by hunger, it slipped into the abyss. The world did not notice the exact moment the spark in Yemen's silence became an inferno. Perhaps it was the first airstrike on Sana'a. Perhaps it was the first blockade of Hodeida's port. Perhaps it was when the first child died of hunger not because of drought or harvest failure, but because ships carrying food were turned away. But by the end of 2015, there was no denying it, Yemen was no longer in crisis. It was in catastrophe. By early 2016, the war in Yemen had settled into a paradoxical rhythm, unrelenting violence wrapped in a kind of stillness, as if the entire nation had been suspended in an endless night. Bombing runs grew predictable. Front lines hardened. Aid convoys stalled at checkpoints. Markets struggled to open, only to be shelled or struck. Life continued, but in fragments. A child went to fetch water, uncertain if the pump still worked. A mother tried to bake bread, stretching the last of her flour. A farmer stared at his dry fields, wondering if planting seeds was an act of hope or futility. The Saudi-led coalition, frustrated by the Houthis' stubborn resilience, intensified its strategy. The blockade of Yemen's ports tightened further, choking Hodeida, the lifeline through which most food and medicine entered the country. International monitors warned of famine, but the language of warnings was inadequate. It could not capture the reality of children with sunken eyes and stick-thin arms, or the silence of infants too malnourished to cry. Entire districts slipped into desperation, where meals consisted of boiled leaves or scraps scavenged from rubbish. Yemen, once known for the richness of its coffee and the fertility of its valleys, became synonymous with hunger. And yet, the bombs fell still. Weddings were struck. Funerals were struck. Markets were struck. Hospitals, clearly marked with the symbols of protection, were struck. The coalition called them mistakes, collateral damage, the unfortunate consequences of war. But for Yemenis, each strike was a shattering of trust, a reminder that nowhere was safe. The sound of jets became part of daily life, distant at times, deafening at others, an auditory constant, like a dark heartbeat in the sky. Meanwhile, the Houthis entrenched themselves in the north. They expanded their administrative structures, collecting taxes, enforcing their rules, and projecting an image of governance. Their slogans adorned walls and billboards, their chants echoed at rallies, their fighters manned checkpoints with an iron grip. But beneath this veneer of control lay the same contradictions: shortages of resources, reliance on smuggling, dependence on external support, and the uneasy alliance with Ali Abdullah Saleh. The Houthis were strong, but their strength was brittle, dependent on fear and circumstance rather than universal loyalty. In the south, Aden became both refuge and battleground. President Hadi and his ministers attempted to operate from the port city, proclaiming themselves the legitimate government of Yemen. But Aden was no safe haven. Militant groups, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, AQAP, and later ISIS, seized the chaos to expand, staging bombings, assassinations, and sieges. The UAE, a key coalition partner, dispatched troops and cultivated local militias to fight extremists. Yet their ambitions extended beyond counterterrorism. The Emiratis invested heavily in Aden's ports and infrastructure, positioning themselves as power brokers with a long-term stake in Yemen's future. For Yemenis caught in the middle, the fragmentation was dizzying. In some districts, the Houthis demanded allegiance. In others, coalition-backed militias enforced their own rule. In yet others, extremists wielded power with brutality. There was no single Yemen anymore, only a patchwork of authorities, each claiming legitimacy, each extracting loyalty by force. The nation had become a fractured mirror, its image broken into shards that no longer reflected a coherent whole. The humanitarian situation deteriorated into one of the worst crises on earth. Cholera, fueled by contaminated water and collapsing sanitation, spread like wildfire. By the end of 2017, over 1 million suspected cases were recorded, the largest outbreak in modern history. The disease did not discriminate, striking children and adults, rich and poor, fighters and civilians alike. Hospitals, already strained by shortages, struggled to cope. In makeshift wards, patients lay two to a bed, for drips hanging from hooks, doctors improvising with whatever supplies they had. The air smelled of disinfectant and sweat, the sound of coughing punctuating the silence of exhaustion. International agencies raised alarms. The United Nations called Yemen the world's worst humanitarian crisis. But these words, repeated in reports and briefings, seemed to vanish into the void. The war in Syria consumed headlines. Political dramas in Washington and Europe distracted audiences. Yemen remained in the shadows, its suffering acknowledged in statistics but rarely in stories. To most of the world, it was an abstraction: famine, cholera, airstrikes, blockades, numbers without faces, tragedies without witnesses. Inside Yemen, the silence deepened. Families no longer spoke of politics, too weary, too frightened. Conversations revolved around survival: where to find food, how to treat illness, whether to flee or to stay. Villages emptied as families moved in search of safety, only to find displacement camps where safety was an illusion. In the dust of those camps, children drew pictures in the dirt: planes, houses, graves. Their play mirrored their reality: their innocence already touched by war. The alliance between the Houthis and Saleh reached its inevitable breaking point in late 2017. Years of uneasy cooperation unraveled as distrust grew. Saleh, ever the survivor, began secret negotiations with Saudi Arabia, seeking to secure his return to power or at least his family's survival. The Houthis discovered the betrayal, and the fragile marriage collapsed into open conflict. In December 2017, Sana'a erupted in violence. Saleh's loyalists clashed with Houthi fighters in the streets. For days, gunfire echoed through the capital, as former allies turned on each other with ferocity. Saleh, once Yemen's master manipulator, found himself cornered. He tried to flee, his convoy speeding through the city, but Houthi fighters intercepted him. The old president was killed, his body displayed as proof that his long reign had ended not with dignity, but with blood. The death of Saleh was a seismic moment. To some, it was justice, the end of a man whose corruption and duplicity had brought Yemen to ruin. To others, it was tragedy, the loss of a leader who, for all his flaws, had been a unifying figure. For the Houthis, it was both triumph and danger. They had eliminated a rival, but they had also shattered the fragile coalition that had sustained them. Sana'a was theirs, but at the cost of even greater isolation. In Riyadh and Abu Dhabi, Saleh's death was read as both opportunity and warning. Without him, the Houthis stood alone, but his vast network of supporters did not vanish overnight. Many of his loyalists melted into the shadows, biding their time, waiting for another chance. The coalition intensified its campaign, convinced that Houthi strength could now be broken. But instead of collapse, the Houthis dug deeper, fortified their defenses, and rallied their followers with chants of defiance. By the close of 2017, Yemen was a nation in ruins. The capital was battered but controlled by the Houthis. The south was fractured, Aden caught between Hadi's government, Emirati-backed militias, and extremist remnants. The coalition maintained its bombing and blockade, while Iran's support to the Houthis, though limited, grew more visible. Millions teetered on the brink of famine. Diseases ravaged communities. Schools remained shuttered. The silence of the world persisted, a silence heavy with complicity. Yemen had become a theater of contradictions, a local conflict turned regional proxy war, a war of high technology fought against people who carried water in jerrycans, a humanitarian crisis both acknowledged and ignored. It was a war that did not roar but whispered, its horrors muffled by distance, by disinterest, by denial. The spark that had ignited in 2014, when the Houthis marched into Sana'a, had now grown into a consuming fire. But unlike fires that blaze openly, this one smoldered in shadows, hidden from the gaze of most of the world. It burned not only homes and fields but memory itself, threatening to reduce Yemen to a forgotten ash heap in the archives of history. And yet, the people endured. In villages where wells still worked, farmers drew water for their neighbors. In camps of displacement, mothers shared food even when their own children went hungry. In bombed-out cities, teachers held informal classes under trees or in abandoned buildings. In hospitals, doctors worked without pay, their commitment stronger than their resources. In mosques, voices prayed for peace that seemed impossibly distant. The war had not broken Yemen completely. It had scarred it, starved it, fragmented it. But in the silence, in the shadows, the faint pulse of life continued. And it was this pulse, fragile yet unyielding, that would carry Yemen into even deeper suffering, but also of haunting resilience. There are wars that destroy with fire and steel, and then there are wars that destroy with emptiness. Yemen's devastation was not only in the bombed houses, the collapsed bridges, the blasted markets. It was in the slow hollowing of life, the thinning of children's arms, the gray pallor of skin, the faintness of breath in bodies too tired to move. Hunger is not sudden, it is patient, creeping into the corners of daily existence until it becomes the air itself. By 2018, hunger had become Yemen's most faithful companion, stalking every village, every camp, every household. When famine arrives, it does not announce itself with explosions. It begins quietly. A father sells his last goat to buy a sack of flour. A mother skips her own meals so her children can eat. A child cries at night from emptiness, then one night, stops crying altogether. The warplanes could be absent for a day, but hunger was always present. In the silence after airstrikes, it waited. In the rubble of markets, it lingered. In the long lines outside bakeries, it grew heavier. The blockade on ports remained one of the deadliest weapons. Yemen imported nearly 90% of its food before the war. With Hodeidah, the critical Red Sea port, under tight restriction, supplies trickled in like drops to a thirsty land. Ships were delayed for weeks, sometimes months, as inspections dragged on. Perishable goods rotted at sea. Fuel shortages meant that even when aid arrived, trucks could not transport it inland. A single tanker of fuel became as precious as gold. Hospitals ran generators only for the most urgent cases. Ambulances sat idle, unable to respond. The blockade turned scarcity into policy, silence into strategy. Aid organizations pleaded for access. Photographs of skeletal children began to surface in reports, their ribs visible, their eyes oversized in hollow faces. But photographs were not enough. In the age of endless crises, even images of dying children competed for attention. They flashed across screens for a moment, then disappeared into the scroll of news feeds. Yemen's famine, like its war, was noticed briefly, then forgotten again. For Yemenis, forgetting was not an option. Hunger stripped life to its basics. Families rationed food into portions so small they no longer resembled meals. Bread was made thinner, stretched further. Tea became a substitute for nourishment. Some boiled weeds and leaves, desperate to fill their stomachs with anything at all. In the displacement camps, children's play was interrupted by fainting spells. Teachers spoke of classrooms where students slumped from exhaustion, unable to concentrate on lessons. The famine was not merely the absence of food, it was the collapse of the entire fabric of survival. Crops withered without irrigation. Livestock died without fodder. Markets stagnated without trade. Salaries for civil servants went unpaid for months, sometimes years, as government coffers ran dry. Even those with money often found nothing to buy. The currency itself weakened, making the little food that did reach markets too expensive for most families. And alongside famine came disease. Cholera, born of dirty water and broken sanitation systems, spread with merciless speed. By 2019, Yemen had endured the largest modern cholera outbreak, with more than 1 million suspected cases. In some areas, every household had someone stricken by the disease. Children suffered most, their weakened bodies unable to withstand the relentless diarrhea and dehydration. In makeshift clinics, rows of patients lay under thin sheets, for lines dangling from rusted stands. Doctors moved from bed to bed, their faces drawn, their hands trembling with fatigue. There was medicine, but not enough. There was hope, but it thinned with every death. Yet through this catastrophe, life insisted on continuing. Weddings still occurred, though muted, with smaller feasts and fewer guests. Babies were born in overcrowded hospitals, their mothers' faces etched with both exhaustion and fragile joy. Farmers planted seeds even in cracked soil, believing in a harvest against all odds. Teachers gathered children under trees, teaching them to read with chalk on scraps of cardboard. The persistence of life amid death became Yemen's quiet rebellion, a whispered defiance against the enormity of suffering. In the mountains of Sada, Houthi strongholds braced for relentless bombardment. Villages became ghostly, their homes reduced to rubble. And yet, amid ruins, children still played among stones, turning war debris into toys. In Aden, southern militias clashed not only with Houthis but with one another, vying for control of neighborhoods. The UAE's shadow deepened, its hand shaping southern politics, fueling ambitions of secession. But in the alleys of Aden, families still gathered at sunset to share what little they had: bread, tea, sometimes a handful of rice. Internationally, Yemen's plight was framed as tragedy, but rarely as urgency. The war was called a humanitarian crisis, words that sanitized the reality of skeletal children dying in silence. Peace talks sputtered and stalled. Envoys spoke of roadmaps, ceasefires, frameworks. But the bombs fell even as diplomats spoke. The blockade tightened even as negotiations promised relief. In December 2018, the Stockholm Agreement brought fleeting hope, a truce around Hodeidah, promises of aid corridors, prisoner exchanges. But the ink had barely dried before violations multiplied, and trust dissolved. Yemen remained suspended in its nightmare. For the coalition, retreat was impossible without humiliation. For the Houthis, surrender was unthinkable. For the UAE, the south was too valuable to abandon. For Iran, the war was a convenient thorn in Saudi Arabia's side. And for the world, Yemen was too distant, too complicated, too silent. The silence, again, became the most haunting element. Not the silence of peace, but the silence of neglect. A silence filled with the faint rustle of children's shallow breaths, the scratching of pens on aid reports, the murmurs of prayers rising from tents and ruins. A silence that screamed louder than bombs, if only anyone listened. This was Yemen in 2018 and 2019, a nation consumed not only by war but by famine and disease, trapped in a cycle where survival itself became resistance. The famine years were not merely a chapter in Yemen's suffering. They were the embodiment of what happens when war is waged not just with weapons, but with hunger, with blockade, with indifference. A genocide hidden not in the open spectacle of slaughter, but in the quiet, daily erasure of lives too fragile to fight, too small to be seen. There is something profoundly unsettling about hunger when it is engineered, when scarcity is not a consequence of drought or natural disaster, but of deliberate policy. Yemen's famine years bore that mark, not of accident, but of design. Each delayed ship, each obstructed aid convoy, each targeted warehouse turned survival into a battlefield. And on that battlefield, the victims were not soldiers but children, mothers, the elderly, the sick. By 2018, entire districts of Yemen resembled skeletal outlines of their former selves. Markets opened without goods to sell. Bakeries produced bread so thin it disintegrated in one's hands. Children wandered with distended bellies, their bones visible through paper-thin skin. Aid workers described visiting villages where silence itself had changed character, not the silence of calm, but the silence of weakness, where even the energy to cry or argue had vanished. The United Nations released numbers, but numbers did not capture the horror. 20 million in need of aid. 10 million at risk of famine. 1 million cases of cholera. They were statistics that circled the globe but rarely pierced the conscience of those in power. Behind every digit was a face, a family, a story, but the world only saw columns of data. Yemen's suffering was thus reduced twice, once by war, and once by abstraction. And still, life went on. In the dust of displacement camps, small shops emerged, selling scraps of soap, used clothing, even a few candies for children. In towns scarred by bombing, barbers still cut hair, their scissors clicking against the weight of despair. Women gathered to grind wheat, sharing stories and laughter, however faint. To live normally, even briefly, was an act of defiance against the narrative of death. In late 2018, when the Stockholm Agreement was signed, there was a collective exhale across Yemen. The truce promised to halt fighting around Hodeidah, the critical port through which the majority of food aid entered the country. It was a fragile hope, but hope nonetheless. For a few weeks, the guns grew quieter, and the possibility of peace seemed to flicker on the horizon. Families dared to imagine an end to hunger. But hope proved brittle. The ceasefire frayed almost immediately. The Houthis accused the coalition of violating the agreement. The coalition accused the Houthis of the same. Shipments of aid continued to be delayed. Roads remained blocked. Clashes erupted along other front lines. The agreement, heralded as a breakthrough, became instead a symbol of futility, another promise spoken into the silence, swallowed before it could take root. By 2019, the famine had become endemic, woven into the fabric of life. Families no longer spoke of when it might end, they spoke of how to endure it. A mother in Taiz carried her infant to a clinic, only to be told there was no medicine left. A farmer in Haja dug a deeper well, hoping for water that no longer flowed. A teacher in Ib gathered children, not to teach arithmetic, but to tell stories, to distract them from the pangs of hunger. The routines of survival replaced the routines of ordinary living. Cholera returned with renewed ferocity, carried by dirty water and weakened bodies. Its symptoms were cruelly fast: vomiting, diarrhea, dehydration. Within hours, a child could collapse. Aid workers described the eerie quiet of cholera wards, where patients lay too weak to moan, the silence broken only by the drip of four fluids and the buzz of flies. For the doctors, it was like watching entire communities vanish in slow motion. The coalition, meanwhile, expanded its campaign with renewed vigor. Airstrikes targeted warehouses, bridges, even farms. Each strike was explained away as a blow against military targets, yet its impact was always on civilians. Bridges destroyed meant aid trucks could not pass. Warehouses destroyed meant food spoiled in the open. Farms destroyed meant the next harvest would never come. Hunger was not only a consequence, it was a weapon. For the Houthis, the famine became a rallying cry. Their propaganda broadcast images of starving children alongside chants against Saudi Arabia and the West. They positioned themselves as defenders against external aggression, even as their own restrictions on aid and taxation compounded the suffering. It was a cruel symmetry. Both sides spoke the language of legitimacy, while ordinary Yemenis bore the price of their competing claims. And in the middle, the world wavered between acknowledgement and neglect. Journalists who managed to enter Yemen wrote haunting reports. They described wards filled with skeletal children, villages emptied of men who had gone to fight, women digging through garbage for food. Their words reached readers for a day, perhaps two, before vanishing into the churn of global news. Yemen was both the worst humanitarian crisis and the least visible. At night, in Sana'a, families gathered under dim lanterns. They spoke quietly, their voices subdued, as if wary of breaking the fragile balance of their existence. Conversations were simple: how to find fuel, how to avoid checkpoints, how to send remittances from relatives abroad. And in those conversations, a deeper silence lingered, the silence of things unspoken, of grief too heavy to voice, of anger too dangerous to admit. For children born during these years, famine and war were their only reality. They grew up not with memories of peace, but with memories of airstrikes, hunger, displacement. Their drawings reflected their world: planes in the sky, houses in ruins, stick figures lying motionless. Childhood itself was eroded, replaced by survival skills far beyond their years. And yet, there were moments of beauty, fleeting but real. A farmer coaxing green shoots from parched soil. A mother singing lullabies even as she starved. A group of children playing football with a ball made of tied rags, their laughter echoing briefly louder than hunger. These moments did not erase the suffering, but they reminded Yemenis, and those who listened, that life had not been extinguished. The famine years were not a sudden catastrophe but a long unraveling. They revealed the slow violence of neglect, the deliberate cruelty of blockade, the corrosive weight of indifference. They exposed the hollowness of international promises, the futility of ceasefires made without trust. And they etched into the consciousness of Yemen a memory that will not fade, that the world watched as they starved, and did nothing. By 2019, the Yemen conflict had taken on a shape at once sprawling and claustrophobic. It sprawled outward in the multiplication of factions, the intrusion of new foreign powers, and the splintering of alliances. Yet it was claustrophobic in the sense that no matter how wide the war spread, its effects always closed in on the bodies of Yemenis, the hunger gnawing at their stomachs, the checkpoints limiting their movement, the whispers of airstrikes that could fall without warning. The south of Yemen, long restless under northern dominance, became a new stage for fragmentation. The United Arab Emirates, once a partner in the Saudi-led coalition, began to cultivate its own vision for Yemen's future. It armed and trained the Southern Transitional Council, a secessionist movement that dreamed of resurrecting the South Yemen of decades past. The city of Aden became their seat of power, their symbol of defiance. In August of that year, clashes erupted in Aden between the STC and forces loyal to President Hadi. For days, gunfire echoed through the city streets, mortar shells fell, and civilians cowered behind locked doors. The coalition itself fractured. Saudi Arabia continued to back Hadi, while the UAE threw its weight behind the separatists. Two patrons, once aligned, now stood on opposite ends of the same battlefield. And for the people of Aden, the conflict transformed from a distant war to a siege at their very doorsteps. Markets closed. Hospitals overflowed with the wounded. Aid deliveries, already scarce, became nearly impossible as the city's streets turned into front lines. Hunger deepened its grip, not because there was no food in the world, but because politics had barricaded it from reaching those who needed it. The famine was no longer only a weapon of the coalition or the Houthis. It was now the consequence of internal rivalries, the price of fractured loyalties. Children in Aden drew different pictures than those in Sana'a. Their skies were filled not only with planes but with helicopters painted in the colors of rival factions. Their stick figures carried rifles, not farming tools. And in their drawings, flags split the horizon, one bearing the old South Yemen colors, another waving the insignia of the Houthis, another the national tricolor. Childhood became a gallery of division. The STC's rise in Aden carried a paradox. To some, it represented hope, the possibility of reclaiming Southern identity, of breaking free from what they saw as Northern domination. To others, it was a betrayal, another layer of war imposed upon an already fractured country. And in between, ordinary families whispered questions: would Aden become a capital reborn, or merely another city in ruins? Would secession bring food, or more hunger? Meanwhile, in the countryside, famine continued to creep like a shadow. Families spoke of it not as a sudden calamity but as a steady thief. One day a family could afford bread, the next week, they could only afford flour, the week after, only water. The descent was slow, relentless, and cruel. Villages that had survived decades of hardship, droughts, tribal disputes, the collapse of the Soviet Union's aid after the Cold War, found themselves undone not by nature but by human choice. There were stories told in whispers, stories that blurred the line between survival and horror. Parents skipping meals so children could eat. Families boiling leaves for soup. A grandmother in Hadja selling her wedding jewelry, heirlooms passed down through generations, for a few sacks of rice. A boy in Hodeidah walking 20 kilometers to find a single packet of medicine for his sister. These were acts of love, but also acts of desperation, each one echoing the larger truth that the famine was not a misfortune but an imposition. Aid agencies spoke louder as 2019 wore on. They called Yemen the world's worst humanitarian crisis, again and again, as if repetition could pierce the indifference of international actors. They pleaded for funding, for access, for corridors of safety. Some funds came, enough to stave off total collapse, but never enough to end the suffering. Yemen became a theater of triage, where aid workers fought to keep millions alive while knowing they could not reach everyone. It was survival by lottery. And through it all, the coalition persisted in its air war. In April, strikes hit a school. In August, a prison. In December, a marketplace. Each time, the coalition insisted it was targeting militants, yet the images that emerged were of children's shoes left behind in rubble, of mangled bodies pulled from debris, of families mourning under open skies. The famine did not exist in isolation, it was compounded daily by destruction, by displacement, by the grinding weight of fear. For the Houthis, 2019 was a year of paradoxical strength. While famine ravaged their territories, they solidified control over the north, establishing bureaucracies, courts, and checkpoints. Their resilience, born of necessity, became propaganda. They portrayed themselves as guardians of resistance against foreign aggression, even as their governance extracted taxes from impoverished communities and restricted aid for political leverage. Their rule was not benevolent, but it was order of a kind, and in times of chaos, order carried its own seduction. The South fractured further. In November, under Saudi mediation, the Riyadh Agreement attempted to reconcile the STC and Hadi's government, promising a unity that had never truly existed. Once more, the world applauded. Once more, Yemenis sighed with cautious relief. And once more, the agreement faltered, its promises dissolving in the crucible of mistrust. To those in famine's grip, such agreements were like mirages, visions of relief that vanished as one approached. At night, across the country, the silence deepened. In Sana'a, the hum of generators filled the darkness. In Aden, the distant crack of gunfire punctuated uneasy dreams. In villages, the stillness was broken by the cough of children too weak to sleep. It was in these silences that the true nature of famine revealed itself, not only the absence of food, but the erosion of dignity, of certainty, of tomorrow. And yet, even in 2019, life clung stubbornly to the edges of despair. Weddings were celebrated, though the feasts were meager. Songs were sung, though the voices were weary. Poems were recited, though their lines carried the weight of sorrow. Yemen's culture, ancient and resilient, persisted like a candle flickering in a storm. For many, that culture, the rhythms of poetry, the melodies of oud, the flavors of spiced coffee, was the thread that tied them to humanity when hunger sought to unravel them. The famine years were more than a humanitarian crisis, they were a test of endurance, a crucible of identity. They revealed how politics could weaponize hunger, how alliances could collapse into betrayal, how the absence of global accountability could deepen suffering. But they also revealed the quiet resilience of a people who, even as the world ignored them, found ways to live, to resist, to remember. By the end of 2019, Yemen stood not at the edge of resolution but at the center of an ever-expanding labyrinth. The war was no longer simply between Houthis and coalition, north and south, legitimacy and rebellion. It was between hunger and survival, memory and erasure, despair and defiance. And in that labyrinth, the famine was not a passage to be crossed but a condition to be endured, a shadow that stretched without end. The year 2020 arrived not with relief but with a new kind of dread. For a world already weary, a new contagion spread across borders, erasing normality in capitals and villages alike. In New York, in London, in Manila, in Riyadh, people spoke of lockdowns, of masks, of invisible danger. And in Yemen, where famine already stalked every household, the whispers of a global pandemic were received with an eerie kind of resignation. For Yemenis, danger was nothing new. What was one more shadow added to a sky already darkened by war? The coronavirus pandemic struck Yemen not as a fresh calamity but as an accelerant to all that already existed. Hospitals, already stretched thin, faced shortages of medicine, oxygen, protective equipment. Doctors who had worked through cholera, through bombings, through years of scarcity now found themselves with nothing but gloves worn to shreds and masks reused beyond their design. Patients coughed in crowded corridors. Families buried their dead quickly, without the rituals that once gave meaning to loss. And famine deepened. Global supply chains faltered. Funding for aid collapsed as donor nations turned inward, hoarding resources for their own crises. Humanitarian appeals for Yemen went unanswered, budgets slashed at the very moment they were most needed. It was as if the world, already blind to Yemen, had closed its eyes even tighter. Hunger spread like a contagion of its own, seeping into every province, every camp, every fragile household. In Hodeidah, aid workers described scenes of quiet apocalypse. Families lying on mats under open skies, too weak to stand. Mothers clutching infants whose breaths grew shallower by the hour. Children with eyes too large for their faces, their voices too faint to cry. The famine was not loud, it was not a spectacle of explosions or fire. It was a slow erosion, a thinning out of life, an emptying of bodies and futures. The pandemic's arrival layered silence upon silence. Where once there had been faint hopes of international mediation, now there was only withdrawal. Envoys canceled trips. Diplomats turned to other emergencies. Media outlets, consumed by their own country's suffering, left Yemen to the margins once again. The phrase, "forgotten war," took on new resonance. Yemen was forgotten not once, but twice, first by neglect, then by distraction. In the north, the Houthis used the pandemic as both shield and weapon. They restricted reporting, minimized case numbers, silenced dissent. For them, the virus was a narrative to be managed, not a threat to be confronted. In the south, chaos reigned. Hospitals in Aden closed their doors, overwhelmed not only by patients but by the absence of staff, many of whom fled for fear of infection. Corpses accumulated faster than they could be buried. Some were left in homes, waiting for neighbors brave enough to carry them away. Amid famine, amid plague, the ordinary fabric of life thinned to near transparency. Weddings grew smaller, funerals swifter, meals scarcer. A family in Sana'a described drinking tea as their only sustenance for days, stretching one spoonful of sugar to last a week. A man in Taiz, once a teacher, took to the streets to sell pens to passers-by, though few had money to spare. In displacement camps, women bartered soap for bread, bread for water, water for safety. Currency itself seemed to lose meaning in a world governed by scarcity. The war, of course, did not pause for the pandemic. Airstrikes continued. Shelling persisted. Checkpoints still bristled with suspicion. Hunger was joined by fear, famine by disease, despair by exhaustion. In 2020, Yemenis spoke of a heaviness in the air, a sense that even breathing had become dangerous, even dreaming impossible. And yet, they breathed. And yet, they dreamed. International agencies tried once more to sound the alarm. Yemen is at risk of the world's worst famine in a century, they declared. The words were dire, but they echoed into emptiness. The century had already begun with famine in Yemen, the world's appetite for outrage was spent. Yemenis knew the meaning of these declarations. They knew that behind each headline lay the same cruel truth, that no cavalry was coming, that no surge of compassion would arrive in time. There were stories in 2020 that slipped through the cracks of silence. A doctor in Aden who sold his car to buy oxygen tanks for his patients. A teacher in Sana'a who turned his classroom into a shelter for orphans. A farmer in Hajjah who shared his last harvest with his neighbors, knowing the next crop might never grow. These were small flames in vast darkness, gestures of humanity amid erasure. They did not end the famine, but they refused to let famine define what it meant to be human. The famine years, stretching into 2020, became not just a chapter in Yemen's war but a landscape of endurance. They revealed how hunger could be sharpened into a blade, how disease could be wielded as silence, how neglect could become a strategy more effective than bombs. They revealed, too, how survival was not merely biological but cultural. To sing, to tell stories, to remember traditions, these acts carried weight equal to bread. By the end of 2020, Yemen stood at an intersection where every path led deeper into shadow. The Houthis had not fallen. The coalition had not triumphed. The South had not united. The famine had not ended. The pandemic had not spared them. Every promise of resolution dissolved like mist, leaving only the stark reality of a people left to endure alone. The famine years closed not with resolution but with a question, echoing like a haunting refrain: how long can endurance itself survive? How long can a people carry hunger, disease, and war before memory itself gives way? The silence of Yemen, by 2020, was not the silence of peace. It was the silence of voices too weak to be heard, of a world too unwilling to listen, of histories being written in whispers. With an open wound, a famine unhealed, a silence unbroken, a tragedy unacknowledged. Yemen entered the new decade carrying all the weight of the last, a nation suspended in a shadow where time itself seemed to stretch, where survival was both victory and curse. The Yemen War was never only Yemen's. From the first days of aerial bombardment, from the first shipment of weapons smuggled across mountain borders, the conflict became something larger, more entangled. It was not merely a war of cities and tribes, but a war of patrons and rivals, a stage upon which other nations acted out their own ambitions. Yemen, ancient and scarred, became a battlefield of proxies, a land where others fought by Yemeni hands, where local blood watered regional designs. To speak of proxies is to speak of shadows. One sees the fighters, but behind them stands another, unseen. One hears the speeches of militias, but behind their words lie strategies written in foreign capitals. In Yemen, these shadows grew long, stretching from Riyadh to Tehran, from Abu Dhabi to Washington, from London to Moscow. The conflict that consumed Yemen was thus not merely a civil war, but a collision of interests refracted through Yemeni lives. At its heart lay the rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Two states, two visions, two guardians of faith with clashing ambitions. For decades, they had circled one another, locked in a cold hostility punctuated by bursts of confrontation. Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, each had served as a theater for their rivalry. And Yemen, poor and fractured, offered yet another stage. For Saudi Arabia, Yemen was never distant. It was the southern neighbor, the porous frontier, the vulnerable flank. For Riyadh's rulers, a hostile power in Sana'a was a knife at their underbelly. The Houthis, with their chants of "death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam," echoed the rhetoric of Iran's revolutionaries. To Saudi ears, their rise was not only a political shift, but an existential threat, a sign that Iran's hand had reached across the desert to grasp their very doorstep. For Iran, the Houthis offered opportunity. Though the Zaydi Shia of Yemen were not the Twelver Shia of Iran, the connection was close enough for Tehran to spin a narrative of solidarity. Support flowed in whispers, training, advisors, smuggled weapons. The Houthis became another link in the axis of resistance, another thorn in the side of Saudi power, another pressure point in the rivalry that defined the Middle East. Iran did not need the Houthis to win, it needed them to bleed Saudi Arabia, to drain its resources, to reveal its vulnerabilities. Thus Yemen became a chessboard, but unlike the clean geometry of a game, this chessboard was soaked in famine, in rubble, in silence. The pieces were not carved of ivory or wood, but of flesh and bone, of mothers and children, of farmers and refugees. Every move, every countermove, was felt not in Tehran or Riyadh but in the bodies of Yemenis who had never seen those distant capitals. The coalition, led by Saudi Arabia, carried its own layers of ambition. At first, it was framed as restoration, the return of Hadi's government, the preservation of legitimacy. But beneath the rhetoric, deeper motives churned. For Riyadh, it was also about demonstrating dominance, about proving that its will could not be defied in its backyard. For the United Arab Emirates, the war became a canvas upon which to paint its own aspirations: control of southern ports, influence over maritime trade routes, the shaping of Yemen's future into fragments more pliable than a united whole. In Aden, in Mukalla, in Socotra, the fingerprints of Abu Dhabi appeared. Militias trained, armed, and funded by Emirati advisors emerged, their loyalty not to Hadi, not even to Yemen, but to the vision of the Emirates. These groups, in time, would challenge the very government the coalition claimed to restore, carving out enclaves of autonomy under the banner of southern pride but backed by foreign design. Meanwhile, the Houthis grew more adept. With Iranian support, whether exaggerated or real, they developed missile capabilities that reached deep into Saudi territory. Airports were struck. Oil facilities burned. The war spilled beyond Yemen's borders, sending fire into the heart of Riyadh's economy. Each missile, each drone, was more than a weapon, it was a message, a reminder that the conflict could not be contained. And behind those weapons lay whispers of Iranian technology, of advisors cloaked in secrecy, of a regional struggle playing out in miniature. For the United States, Yemen was another piece of a larger puzzle. Officially, it supported the coalition, providing weapons, intelligence, logistical aid. Unofficially, it pursued its own war, the war against Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Drones patrolled the skies, striking targets with silent precision, often leaving civilian casualties in their wake. The U.S. presence was thus dual: partner to the coalition, hunter of jihadists, participant in a conflict it rarely spoke of openly. For Britain, for France, the war was commerce. Arms deals signed in glittering halls in London and Paris translated into bombs dropped on Sana'a and Hodeidah. The language of diplomacy cloaked the transactions: defense contracts, strategic partnerships. But in Yemen, the meaning was clear. Each explosion carried a label invisible to those beneath it but legible to those who traced the supply chain. Proxy war was not only about alliances and enmities, it was also about profit. And so Yemen, already fractured by history, already scarred by famine, became a stage upon which multiple plays unfolded simultaneously. To the Houthis, it was resistance. To the coalition, it was legitimacy. To Iran, it was leverage. To the Emirates, it was opportunity. To the West, it was commerce and counterterrorism. To Yemenis themselves, it was survival amid the weight of ambitions not their own. In chess, pawns move forward one square at a time, expendable, sacrificial. In Yemen, pawns were families, villages, towns. They moved not by their own will but by the invisible hands of powers beyond their reach. They were captured, removed from the board, forgotten. And the game went on. It is here, in this proxy dimension, that the war's cruelty takes on its sharpest edge. For in civil wars, there is at least the possibility of resolution, of a fractured nation finding its way back to itself. But in proxy wars, resolution lies in the hands of others, in capitals that may never care for the people beneath their ambitions. Yemen's fate, thus, was suspended not by its own choices, but by the calculations of Riyadh, of Tehran, of Washington, of Abu Dhabi. And in those calculations, human lives were variables, collateral in equations of power. As 2019 faded into 2020, the proxy nature of the war became undeniable. The Houthis, once dismissed as ragtag rebels, now wielded sophisticated weapons. The coalition, once confident of swift victory, now spoke of endless campaigns. The Emirates quietly reduced its visible footprint while maintaining influence through proxies. Iran, under sanctions and pressure, continued to boast of its allies across the region. And the United States, shifting administrations, weighed the cost of its entanglement. Yemen was no longer simply Yemen, it was the sum of these competing visions. And through it all, the people of Yemen remained caught in the middle, their voices muted, their lives consumed by a war not entirely their own. To live in Yemen during these years was to carry the weight of others' ambitions, to endure hunger while oil pipelines far away determined one's fate, to bury children while contracts were signed in foreign capitals. It was to inhabit the paradox of being central to a war yet absent from its decisions. The year 2020 brought with it not only the shadow of a pandemic but also the echoing resonance of proxy confrontations. Yemen's war had grown beyond borders, its violence a mirror reflecting the anxieties, ambitions, and strategies of foreign powers. Missile strikes against Saudi oil facilities, launched by the Houthis, were not merely tactical assaults. They were messages writ large across the desert sky, a statement of presence, a declaration that Yemen's conflict had become a lever for regional influence. From Riyadh, the response was swift and calculated. The coalition intensified aerial bombardments, targeting warehouses, infrastructure, and what it labeled Houthi military sites. Yet, in practice, these strikes often fell upon civilian structures. Markets crumbled. Schools were shattered. Hospitals received damage that left them barely functional. And always, the famine remained, sharpened by the disruption, worsened by the blockade, deepening in parallel with the missiles that streaked across the horizon. In the south, Abu Dhabi's hand grew subtler but no less potent. The UAE cultivated a network of militias that effectively carved out autonomous zones around Aden, Mukalla, and Socotra. These groups were trained, equipped, and funded to assert control over ports and trade routes. Hubs of commerce became fortified territories, run by factions whose loyalty was tied not to Hadi or Yemen itself, but to the strategic designs of the Emirates. Fuel imports, grain shipments, even humanitarian aid were filtered through these gates, creating a layered structure where survival was dependent on the whims of distant patrons. The consequences of such control rippled outward. A cargo of flour might be delayed for weeks because the militia demanded fees. A tanker of fuel could be diverted from a starving city to a port under Emirati management. Roads became checkpoints of power, gates where hunger and bureaucracy intertwined. And for ordinary Yemenis, navigating these zones became an exercise in negotiation and fear, as though the very geography of the country had been rewritten by foreign ambition. Meanwhile, Iran watched and whispered. Its support of the Houthis was not always visible, often taking the form of advisors, technical assistance, or the smuggling of weapons via clandestine routes. The rhetoric, however, was unmistakable: Yemen as part of an axis of resistance, a front in the broader confrontation with Saudi Arabia and its allies. Each missile fired into Saudi territory carried not only physical impact but symbolic resonance, a narrative told in violence and fear, that Yemen was connected to a network beyond its borders, and that the war there was both local and global. The Houthis, in turn, were not passive instruments. They learned to leverage the optics of proxy support. They showcased missiles and drones, publicizing attacks with videos and statements designed to impress, intimidate, and inspire. Each strike became both a tactical measure and a piece of theater, designed to elevate their position in the eyes of both Yemenis and their foreign patrons. Their success relied on perception as much as precision. Saudi Arabia, for its part, balanced aggression with caution. While airstrikes sought to degrade Houthi capabilities, the kingdom was wary of escalation. Each civilian casualty risked international condemnation. Each disruption of trade risked worsening famine and drawing unwanted attention. The coalition operated in a calculus of both military strategy and optics, attempting to assert control while managing the perception of legitimacy on a global stage. In this proxy landscape, Yemen's civilians were both observers and victims. Cities and villages became chessboards where every piece moved under the hand of others. In Sana'a, families spoke of the missiles not only in fear but in weary acknowledgement of the larger forces at play. In Aden, neighborhoods lived in a state of alert, navigating militias whose loyalties could shift with the turn of a contract or a directive from Abu Dhabi. In Hudaida, fishermen struggled to land their catches, impeded by blockades, inspections, and the unceasing presence of warships offshore. The mechanics of proxy influence were subtle as well as violent. Aid became a bargaining chip, used to reward loyalty or punish defiance. Funding flowed along routes defined by foreign priorities rather than humanitarian need. Relief shipments arrived in some districts while bypassing others, depending on the alignments of militias and the favor of distant capitals. Hunger itself became entangled in politics. Famine was a weapon, a tool, a metric of influence. Despite the intensity of this external engagement, Yemenis found ways to survive and adapt. In villages controlled by the Houthis, farmers developed intricate systems of water collection and crop rotation to mitigate scarcity. In southern ports under UAE influence, families bartered goods and shared resources to weather delays and restrictions. Across the country, informal networks of trade, barter, and aid persisted, invisible to foreign powers but vital to life on the ground. These networks, however, were fragile. One airstrike, one checkpoint inspection, one missile strike could disrupt the balance, turning survival into chaos. A shipment of flour might rot in transit, a medical supply shipment could be delayed, or a generator could fail without fuel. In proxy wars, every movement was contingent, every resource precarious. The complexity of foreign interests translated into a life of constant uncertainty for Yemenis, whose daily routines became exercises in improvisation and endurance. The global stage watched intermittently. News of missile strikes, coalition air campaigns, or maritime maneuvers reached international audiences, but often only as headlines or statistics. Yemen became a case study in abstraction, lines on maps, metrics in reports, diplomatic talking points. The lived experience, the hunger, the fear, the resilience, was rarely conveyed, lost in the translation from reality to narrative. Yet in Yemen, reality persisted relentlessly. Children slept in rooms with no electricity, families rationed water, patients lined hospital corridors waiting for care that might never come. By the end of 2020, the proxy nature of the war had solidified. Yemen was no longer a theater of local rebellion or political struggle alone. It was a landscape where foreign ambitions, regional rivalries, and global interests intersected, and where the people who had once governed their own lives now navigated a complex web of influence, control, and negotiation. The missiles, the militias, the whispered lines of command, all converged to create a nation both overdetermined and invisible, trapped in a war shaped as much by others as by itself. And yet, amid these forces, life persisted. In Sana'a, teachers gathered children in small rooms, writing lessons on scrap paper. In Aden, mothers shared meager meals while recounting old stories to their children. In Hudaida, fishermen repaired boats with whatever they could find, casting nets into waters whose ownership was claimed by men in distant capitals. These acts of endurance, small and often invisible, became the measure of Yemen's quiet resistance, a testament to the persistence of humanity in a landscape defined by foreign ambition. The proxy war, for all its grand strategy, had consequences beyond the battlefield. Hunger persisted. Disease persisted. Displacement persisted. And the longer the proxies played their game, the more Yemen itself became an abstraction, a pawn in calculations that could not fully account for the lived experience of survival. The people of Yemen, caught in a network of competing ambitions, became the most accurate measure of the war's true cost. By 2021, Yemen had become a war not of sudden explosions but of layered complexity. The conflict had grown not only in duration but in sophistication. Missiles and drones flew farther, surveillance and intelligence grew sharper, and proxy forces operated with precision that would have seemed impossible in the early years of the war. The battlefield was no longer a map of cities and towns alone, it had become a network of influence, supply lines, checkpoints, and invisible chains of command stretching from Tehran to Riyadh, from Abu Dhabi to Washington. The Houthis had refined their military capabilities. Ballistic missiles, increasingly accurate, now reached deep into Saudi territory, hitting oil facilities, airports, and military installations. Their drone technology, in some instances, rivaled small air forces. Yet these weapons were more than instruments of war, they were symbols of agency. Each strike carried messages of deterrence, of capability, and of connection to Iran's broader regional strategy. Propaganda videos circulated online, showing launches with eerie calm, each missile arc captured like a slow, deliberate gesture, a statement of presence, a reminder that Yemen could not be ignored. Saudi Arabia responded not just with bombs, but with a layered network of intelligence and air coordination. Precision strikes targeted what the coalition deemed military sites, but the complexity of Yemen's urban environment made mistakes inevitable. Warehouses, schools, and hospitals were hit. Markets became no-go zones. Bridges, already damaged by years of conflict, collapsed further under the weight of aerial assault. For civilians, the war became less about front lines and more about omnipresent danger. The sky could rain destruction at any moment, the ground could hold invisible threats, and survival was dictated by the rhythms of foreign strategy rather than local life. In southern Yemen, the UAE intensified its control over ports and strategic points. Aden, Mukalla, and Socotra became fortified hubs where militias enforced the Emirates' vision of southern autonomy. Roads were controlled, shipments filtered, and loyalty monitored. Families had to navigate a complex web of authority to access food, fuel, or medical care. A single misstep at a checkpoint could result in fines, confiscation, or delay, small events whose cumulative weight turned daily life into a precarious calculation. Iran's role, meanwhile, remained as much about narrative as military support. Through carefully curated public statements and selective disclosures, Tehran presented the Houthis as a legitimate resistance force against foreign aggression. This messaging, combined with technical support, reinforced the Houthis' image both domestically and regionally. In Yemen, the effect was subtle, a perception of strength, an emboldened adversary for the coalition, and a sense among ordinary Yemenis that they were actors in a drama scripted elsewhere. The sophistication of these proxy networks allowed for more than direct confrontation. Information became a battlefield. Social media, carefully monitored and manipulated, amplified victories, exaggerated threats, and shaped perceptions both inside and outside Yemen. A missile strike could be broadcast to suggest greater impact than reality allowed. A coalition success could be downplayed in northern cities, highlighted in southern areas. Every operation had a narrative dimension, every act of war a communicative intent. Amid this complexity, Yemenis continued to bear the brunt. Hunger persisted, intensified by the blockade, by supply chain interference, and by conflict over ports and roads. Cholera and other preventable diseases remained threats, exacerbated by malnutrition and lack of medical access. Displacement increased as families fled urban centers under air attack or militia control. Schools closed, livelihoods vanished, and the fragile rhythms of daily life were replaced by constant vigilance. In rural areas, survival required ingenuity. Farmers devised new irrigation techniques to cope with disrupted water supplies. Villagers coordinated to share food, fuel, and medicine. Markets operated on barter systems, sometimes relying on items as mundane as soap or matches to trade for flour or sugar. Even amid the sophistication of proxy warfare, human networks persisted, small and often invisible, yet vital for the continuation of life. The human cost of proxy operations was profound. Casualties were rarely limited to combatants. Children were injured in airstrikes aimed at warehouses. Women died seeking water across checkpoints. The elderly, unable to flee, perished quietly in homes damaged by missiles or mortar shells. Yemen's population, largely composed of civilians caught between warring proxies, became the measure of strategic success or failure. A declining birth rate, rising malnutrition, and displacement numbers acted as proxies themselves for the effectiveness of foreign influence. As the year progressed, multiple fronts expanded. Clashes in the north intensified, the Houthis solidifying control while fending off coalition advances. In the south, separatist forces aligned with the UAE pushed to consolidate their enclaves, sometimes clashing with Houthi loyalists, sometimes with each other. Saudi Arabia navigated the delicate balance of coalition cohesion, attempting to maintain pressure without inflaming intra-coalition conflict. The war's geography was no longer linear, it was fractal, a set of nested conflicts, each influenced by proxies with their own agendas. This multi-layered warfare had psychological consequences. Yemenis spoke of an invisible weight, a sense that their lives were dictated by decisions made elsewhere. Children grew up knowing the names of cities, leaders, and foreign powers before they fully understood their own environment. Families planned not by the calendar or season, but by the timing of airstrikes, by the arrival of shipments, by the movements of militias. Daily life became an exercise in reading signals, predicting behavior, and negotiating survival. Even diplomacy was shaped by these proxy layers. International negotiations were complicated by the involvement of foreign patrons. Attempts at ceasefires required consent not only from Yemeni factions but also from the capitals that controlled them. Humanitarian corridors depended on approvals from multiple actors, each with its own priorities. Agreements often fractured because one proxy's goals contradicted another's, leaving Yemenis to navigate the consequences of decisions over which they had no influence. The war's mediation increasingly required creativity and patience. Envoys from the UN, European nations, and regional actors had to engage with a web of proxies whose motives were often opaque. Negotiation tables became crowded with actors representing parties that existed primarily in foreign capitals. Yemen itself, despite being the country at the center of the conflict, was often represented indirectly, its voice filtered through intermediaries who could speak only for factions, not for civilians. And yet, amidst the machinery of proxy operations, the persistence of daily life persisted. Yemenis continued to cook meals, attend clandestine schools, harvest crops, and care for the sick. Religious ceremonies continued quietly, weddings were celebrated, and families found ways to laugh and mourn in cycles that mirrored the war's uneven tempo. These small acts of normalcy were not only gestures of survival but defiance, a refusal to be erased by the geopolitical forces surrounding them. By the end of 2021, Yemen had become emblematic of the modern proxy war, a space where power, ambition, and ideology intersected with human fragility. Missiles, drones, and militias illustrated the reach of foreign influence. Hunger, disease, and displacement revealed the consequences of that influence. And the lived experience of Yemenis, often overlooked, remained the truest measure of the war's complexity, a complexity dictated less by their own decisions than by the calculus of others. As 2021 waned and 2022 dawned, Yemen remained a land of shadows, its conflict a reflection of ambitions far beyond its borders. The sophistication of proxy operations had only increased. Drone surveillance, precision-guided missiles, and intelligence networks now shaped the rhythms of life more than local politics. Where once the war was measured in daily bombings or local clashes, it now extended into the realm of remote influence, a war fought through technology, negotiation, and strategic restraint, yet experienced entirely on the ground by ordinary Yemenis. The Houthis continued to refine their asymmetric strategies. Drones became more autonomous, capable of carrying payloads to distant targets with minimal guidance. Ballistic missiles, in some instances, reached farther into Saudi territory than ever before, targeting energy infrastructure, military bases, and occasionally urban centers. Each strike was measured, both in its physical effect and its symbolic resonance. For the Houthis, it was a form of psychological warfare, an assertion that, though surrounded and blockaded, they retained agency, capability, and visibility on a global stage. Saudi Arabia, conversely, adapted its own measures. Advanced radar, intelligence networks, and rapid response forces allowed for interception of some missiles and drones, but not all. The cost of failure was civilian. Strikes that missed military targets hit homes, schools, and hospitals. Each intervention was a calculus of precision versus perception, tactical success versus humanitarian consequence. The war, once blunt and overwhelming, now carried the chilling precision of technology combined with the randomness of miscalculation. In the south, the UAE maintained a quieter, yet no less effective, approach. Militia governance of ports, supply chains, and strategic districts allowed the Emirates to exert influence without overt confrontation. Aden, Mukalla, and Socotra became zones of controlled commerce, where every shipment of grain, water, or medicine required approval and often came with a cost. While life continued within these enclaves, survival depended on navigating bureaucratic and militarized networks designed for the projection of foreign power. The human toll was quiet but unrelenting. Delays caused hunger to intensify, medical shortages to worsen, and vulnerability to increase for those already teetering on the brink. Iran's role, still largely clandestine, provided both technical support and narrative reinforcement. Houthi leadership leveraged the perception of Iranian aid to strengthen internal cohesion and intimidate coalition forces. Propaganda, skillfully crafted, projected an image of strength and unity, even as Yemenis themselves struggled with the grinding realities of famine, displacement, and insecurity. The dissonance between the projected narrative and lived experience was stark, a war portrayed as strategic, ideological, and winnable, yet experienced as chaotic, punishing, and interminable. The impact of these proxy operations on civilians was profound. Yemenis lived in a state of constant anticipation. The sound of engines could signify a drone overhead, a convoy approaching, or militia enforcement. Markets, once vibrant, now operated under a veil of tension, as sellers and buyers calculated risk in every transaction. Schools and clinics struggled to function, with limited resources and intermittent security. Families rationed food, water, and medicine, often relying on informal networks that could collapse under the pressure of foreign-imposed logistics. Indirect warfare expanded the landscape of suffering. Airstrikes rarely hit only combatants. Checkpoints controlled by foreign-aligned militias restricted movement for humanitarian aid, increasing hunger and disease. Ports, essential for importing food and medical supplies, became instruments of political leverage. Even the simplest acts, traveling to fetch water, selling produce at a market, visiting a clinic, required negotiation with proxies whose priorities were often opaque or mercurial. Every movement, every action, was mediated by forces external to the community, creating a persistent climate of uncertainty. The psychological weight of proxy warfare became evident in daily life. Children grew up knowing foreign capitals, factions, and leaders before understanding their own neighborhoods. Families structured daily routines around the timing of drone overflights or the arrival of shipments. Villagers whispered of potential strikes, militias inspections, and checkpoints, as if navigating a landscape of invisible but omnipresent authority. Fear and anticipation became the default state of being, shaping cognition, memory, and even identity. By mid-2022, clashes in the north had intensified. The Houthis fortified positions around Sana'a and Saida, utilizing both traditional militias and technologically enhanced capabilities. Coalition forces launched targeted air operations, seeking to degrade missile infrastructure while avoiding civilian casualties. Yet the urban density of Yemeni cities rendered precision difficult, and errors were catastrophic. Neighborhoods were left in rubble. Hospitals were damaged. Casualties mounted among the elderly, children, and those too weak to flee. Every technological advance brought both efficiency and ethical complexity, highlighting the human cost of proxy precision. In the south, southern separatists, aligned with the UAE, consolidated power further. Aden became a symbol of autonomous governance. Administrative systems controlled trade, security, and access to basic necessities. Yet control did not equate to relief. Families navigating these zones faced delays, bureaucratic obstacles, and arbitrary enforcement. For civilians, the stability offered by militia governance was a double-edged sword. While security sometimes improved, freedom, access, and choice were diminished. Survival required compliance, negotiation, and constant vigilance. Global attention remained minimal. Media coverage of Yemen's proxy battles was episodic, often overshadowed by other crises or conflicts. International aid agencies struggled to maintain operations amid security constraints and funding shortfalls. The world outside Yemen largely remained unaware that proxy warfare had become the primary framework through which life and death were decided within the country. In these shadows, ordinary Yemenis bore consequences while decision-makers, strategists, and diplomats operated thousands of miles away. Amid these forces, the human spirit persisted. In Sana'a, teachers adapted to sporadic electricity and destroyed classrooms, instructing children with chalk and scrap paper. In Aden, mothers prepared meals from what little they could access, sharing with neighbors to stretch resources. In Hudaida, fishermen repaired boats, navigating dangerous waters, and bartered for food, preserving both livelihoods and community cohesion. These acts, though small, were acts of resistance, daily assertions of life in a landscape increasingly dominated by external calculations and invisible pressures. Proxy warfare blurred lines between combatant and civilian, strategy and consequence. Missiles and drones, airstrikes and militia checkpoints, foreign funding and propaganda, all converged to create a conflict where agency was limited, and survival required both resilience and ingenuity. Yemenis navigated a terrain where foreign ambitions dictated the limits of possibility, yet cultural practices, social networks, and human determination allowed life to persist against extraordinary odds. By late 2022, the war's complexity was fully apparent. Yemen had become a theater where local, regional, and global ambitions intersected. Civilians endured both famine and pandemic, airstrikes and militia enforcement, displacement and disease. Survival became the most sophisticated strategy available, informed by intuition, community ties, and small acts of defiance. Yemen's experience exemplified the hidden dimensions of proxy war, where strategic calculations meet human vulnerability, where technological sophistication coexists with abject suffering, and where ordinary lives measure the true cost of power exercised from afar. The proxy battlefield had transformed the Yemen conflict into a multifaceted, invisible war. Each missile, drone, or airstrike carried consequences for civilians. Each militia checkpoint, port, or administrative decision shaped survival. Yemenis lived daily in a network of influence they neither chose nor controlled, and yet they persisted. Life, in its small yet persistent forms, became a quiet counterpoint to the violence, an affirmation that even in wars dictated by proxies, human endurance retains its own, subtle power. With a vision of Yemen as a landscape of overlapping ambitions, a terrain where foreign influence and local resilience coexist in tension, and a people whose endurance silently measures the true scale of modern proxy conflict. Yemen's story is one of survival, mediated by forces distant and powerful, yet defined ultimately by those who live, endure, and persist amid shadows not of their own making. As the years stretched onward, the landscapes of Yemen remained etched with the silent traces of conflict, famine, and human endurance. Cities, villages, and deserts bore the marks of a struggle that had been both intensely visible and quietly obscured from the world's attention. The air carried a subtle heaviness, the dust and debris echoing stories of loss, resilience, and moral persistence. It was a land simultaneously shattered and alive, where every act of survival was a whisper of defiance against forces intent on erasure. Those who had lived through years of famine, displacement, and relentless violence had become both witnesses and participants in a history often overlooked. Children who had known only scarcity had learned observation, negotiation, and moral reasoning as natural extensions of play and daily routine. Elders, who had once guided agricultural cycles and mediated social relations, now also carried the accumulated memory of survival under siege, translating the ethical and practical lessons of endurance into guidance for a generation growing up in uncertainty. Life had become a continuous interplay of vigilance, cooperation, and moral discernment, an unspoken curriculum transmitted across households and communities. In these landscapes, survival was inseparable from ethical engagement. The act of sharing water or food, the decision to protect a neighbor or intervene in a dispute, and the careful observation of social and environmental cues were simultaneously practical and moral. Scarcity and threat imposed a discipline on human behavior, compelling individuals to weigh immediate need against the preservation of trust, cohesion, and dignity. In such conditions, ethical reasoning was not abstract, it was tangible, embedded into every decision and action that allowed life to persist. The famine had left its physical scars in bodies weakened by malnutrition, in villages where crops failed and livestock perished, and in cities where populations had been uprooted and scattered. Yet the moral and cultural fabric of communities persisted with subtle determination. Oral histories, songs, prayers, and quiet rituals became repositories of collective memory, ethical reflection, and hope. These cultural practices were not merely symbolic, they functioned as tools for resilience, reinforcing trust networks, guiding ethical decision-making, and sustaining psychological endurance. Even amidst displacement, human connections endured. Families migrating to urban centers or temporary shelters navigated complex social hierarchies, integrating into networks that required observation, negotiation, and careful ethical judgment. Trust, when it could be cultivated, became a lifeline. Reciprocity and moral consistency were critical currencies in an environment where conventional governance had often collapsed. Communities demonstrated a capacity for adaptive intelligence that transcended mere survival, embedding moral and social reasoning into the very structures of everyday life. Healthcare, perpetually constrained, revealed the integration of practical and ethical reasoning. Rotational care systems, home-based remedies, and community knowledge sharing allowed families to monitor and protect the most vulnerable. Decisions about treatment allocation, prioritization, and intervention reflected deeply ingrained moral consciousness. Survival, in this context, was not merely physical, it was social, ethical, and cognitive, demanding constant awareness and deliberate action. Water management remained both a practical and moral fulcrum. Women and children, responsible for collection and distribution, exercised acute observational skills, foresight, and negotiation. The smallest gestures, ensuring equitable distribution, monitoring for contamination, or assisting a neighbor, carried profound ethical weight. Water symbolized life, trust, and moral cohesion. Its careful management was a daily exercise in sustaining the human community, a rhythm of responsibility that shaped individual and collective identity. Psychological endurance emerged through routine, ritual, and the quiet assertion of culture. Storytelling, music, prayer, and play offered both emotional refuge and ethical reinforcement. Children absorbed these practices, integrating observation, cooperation, and moral reasoning into their development. Trauma, though persistent, was mitigated by cumulative acts of care, vigilance, and ethical engagement. In this way, survival encompassed more than food, water, and shelter. It was an active cultivation of dignity, morality, and relational awareness. The cumulative weight of famine, conflict, and displacement had created a population acutely attuned to both practical and ethical reasoning. Families had internalized moral frameworks that guided everyday life. Decisions about sharing, protection, negotiation, and observation were suffused with ethical significance. Social cohesion depended on trust, reciprocity, and adherence to unwritten codes that preserved dignity under duress. Human life, in Yemen, persisted not simply through endurance but through continuous moral engagement with a harsh and unpredictable reality. Cultural continuity remained central to resilience. Oral histories preserved collective memory, poetry articulated sorrow and hope, and ritual practice reinforced ethical reasoning and social cohesion. Even small, improvised acts of culture carried profound weight, embedding identity, trust, and moral guidance into daily life. Communities relied on these subtle threads to navigate scarcity, threat, and displacement, maintaining cohesion and hope despite circumstances that could easily have fractured social fabric. Education, adapted to long-term crisis, integrated survival skills with cognitive, social, and moral development. Children learned literacy and numeracy alongside observation, negotiation, and cooperation. Play, storytelling, and shared tasks served as practical lessons in resource management, timing, and ethical reasoning. The younger generation internalized these lessons, acquiring capacities essential for navigating the world they had inherited, complex, constrained, yet still alive with potential. Famine and displacement imposed persistent moral dilemmas. Families negotiated rationing, prioritized care, and allocated scarce resources with constant ethical deliberation. These decisions were never abstract, they shaped trust, cohesion, and the moral integrity of the community. Scarcity became a lens through which ethical reasoning was continuously exercised, embedding morality into the practice of daily survival. Communities thrived, not because suffering had ended, but because moral engagement remained central to human life. Healthcare, vulnerability, and scarcity interacted in cascading ways. Epidemics, exacerbated by malnutrition and displacement, persisted as an ongoing threat. Communities responded through careful observation, rotational care, and shared knowledge. Decisions about treatment, monitoring, and resource allocation were infused with ethical reflection. Survival required the integration of practical skill, social trust, and moral judgment. In this landscape, life itself was a meditation on endurance, ethics, and cooperation. Social cohesion, refined over years of adversity, became both sophisticated and essential. Neighborhood committees, elders, and informal leaders coordinated resources, mediated disputes, and reinforced moral frameworks. Trust, observation, and negotiation were the scaffolding upon which survival rested. Informal codes of conduct, emergent from scarcity and ethical reflection, guided interpersonal interaction and resource allocation. Communities relied on these structures to sustain life and dignity under persistent threat. Psychological endurance was inseparable from ethical engagement. Families cultivated resilience through cumulative acts of care, observation, and solidarity. Children learned cooperation, moral reasoning, and vigilance through participation in these networks. Trauma, while present, was mitigated through these practices, reinforcing individual and collective resilience. Life endured through the integration of practical, social, and moral faculties, a testament to the subtle intelligence of human adaptation. Cultural continuity, embedded in everyday life, reinforced both psychological resilience and ethical engagement. Oral histories, poetry, music, and ritual practices maintained memory, identity, and moral frameworks. Even small, improvised cultural acts reinforced cohesion, hope, and continuity. Communities relied on culture to navigate scarcity, social complexity, and moral dilemmas, sustaining both survival and human dignity. As Yemen moved further into 2029, the story of its people remained a quiet testament to endurance. The famine, the displacement, the airstrikes, and the unrecognized genocide had left indelible marks, yet life persisted. Families and communities wove networks of observation, cooperation, and ethical reasoning. Scarcity became an instrument of moral reflection, threat a test of trust, and survival a practice of both practical skill and ethical awareness. Culture and education preserved identity and continuity. Hope persisted in small acts of care, in the sharing of water or food, in storytelling and ritual. Yemen's hidden genocide was not only a story of loss but also a story of the extraordinary adaptability, moral intelligence, and resilience of human communities. Life endured not simply because of necessity but because humans integrated survival, ethical reasoning, and cultural continuity into the fabric of daily existence. The faint whispers of laughter, shared meals, prayers, and songs persisted, weaving an unbroken thread through the ravages of famine and conflict. The echoes of war lingered in every corner of Yemen. Streets that had once thrived with commerce and laughter now bore the quiet weight of absence. Buildings stood as hollow monuments, their fractured walls telling stories of lives disrupted and futures postponed. Even in these shadows, however, the human spirit had found ways to persist. Survival, in this context, was not merely a biological act, it was a moral, cultural, and ethical endeavor, expressed through subtle gestures, careful observation, and communal engagement. Families continued to navigate life under scarcity with careful deliberation. The smallest decisions, how to divide a handful of grains, when to fetch water, whom to protect, were embedded with ethical weight. Each act of care reinforced trust networks, preserving social cohesion under conditions that could have easily fractured them. Scarcity, while brutal, became a lens through which moral reasoning was continuously exercised, shaping the character of communities as much as their survival strategies. The displacement of populations created new patterns of movement and adaptation. Villages emptied, cities absorbed waves of migrants, and temporary shelters became hubs of both necessity and innovation. Within these spaces, families learned to navigate complex social hierarchies, establishing trust, negotiating access to resources, and adhering to emergent ethical frameworks. Informal leaders, elders, committee members, or those with accumulated experience, mediated disputes, allocated scarce resources, and guided newcomers in the unspoken rules of coexistence. Survival was inseparable from observation, cooperation, and moral intelligence. Famine remained a pervasive force, shaping not only bodies but also social and ethical life. Communities pooled resources, rationed meticulously, and coordinated with neighbors to maximize sustenance. Meals were small, repetitive, and nutritionally insufficient, yet their shared nature reinforced moral and social bonds. The act of sharing food became both survival strategy and ethical exercise, embedding reciprocity, trust, and moral awareness into daily existence. Life persisted through these quiet, deliberate acts of care, demonstrating the inseparability of ethical engagement and practical survival. Healthcare, constrained but gradually adapting, reflected the integration of moral reasoning into everyday life. Clinics operated with minimal staff and supplies, relying heavily on rotational caregiving and home-based knowledge. Families monitored the sick, improvised remedies, and shared critical observations to mitigate epidemics. Decisions about care allocation reflected deeply ingrained moral consciousness, prioritizing both need and fairness. Survival was no longer a matter solely of physical endurance, it required social acuity, ethical engagement, and communal coordination. Water management remained the axis of survival and moral responsibility. Communities developed precise collection schedules, storage strategies, and rotational oversight to ensure equitable distribution. Women and children, bearing the primary responsibility for water procurement, demonstrated acute observational skills, negotiation, and foresight. Each act of collection, measurement, and distribution was imbued with ethical significance, reinforcing trust and moral engagement within communities. Water was life, yes, but also a measure of moral and social cohesion, a tangible medium through which human networks of care persisted. Psychological endurance became both a personal and communal practice. Families created routines, rituals, and small ceremonies to maintain hope and reinforce cohesion. Storytelling, music, quiet play, and prayer functioned as both emotional refuge and ethical reinforcement. Children absorbed these practices, internalizing observation, cooperation, and moral reasoning alongside survival skills. Trauma, though ever present, was mitigated through these cumulative acts of care, reinforcing resilience on both individual and collective levels. Life endured through the careful interplay of practical, social, and moral faculties. Cultural continuity persisted even in the most constrained circumstances. Oral histories, poetry, and ritual practice maintained collective memory, identity, and ethical frameworks. Even small or improvised cultural acts preserved cohesion, hope, and continuity. These practices were not mere symbolic gestures, they were functional tools of resilience, reinforcing ethical reasoning, social trust, and cognitive scaffolding for survival. Communities relied on culture to navigate scarcity, social complexity, and moral dilemmas, sustaining both survival and dignity. Education adapted further to the prolonged crisis, integrating formal learning with practical survival skills. Children engaged in literacy and numeracy alongside observation, negotiation, and resource management. Cooperative play and shared tasks became rehearsals for real-world survival, reinforcing both practical skills and ethical reasoning. The younger generation internalized these lessons, acquiring the cognitive, social, and moral capacities essential for navigating a world still defined by scarcity and threat. Famine and displacement continued to impose profound moral dilemmas. Families were required to make daily ethical decisions, rationing food, prioritizing care, and allocating scarce resources. These choices shaped social cohesion and moral integrity, embedding ethical reasoning into the very structure of life. Scarcity became a lens for ethical reflection, a medium through which moral frameworks were exercised, preserved, and transmitted across generations. Healthcare, scarcity, and vulnerability remained tightly intertwined. Epidemics, compounded by malnutrition and displacement, persisted as ever-present threats. Communities mitigated these risks through observation, rotational care, and shared knowledge. Decisions about prioritization, treatment, and monitoring reflected deeply embedded moral consciousness. Survival required integration of physical care, social trust, and ethical reasoning, demonstrating the inseparability of practical and moral engagement in prolonged crisis. Social cohesion, refined over years of adversity, had become a critical pillar of survival. Neighborhood committees, elder councils, and informal leadership networks coordinated resources, mediated disputes, and reinforced ethical frameworks. Trust, observation, and negotiation were essential to maintaining equilibrium. Informal codes of conduct, emergent from scarcity and moral reflection, guided interactions and resource allocation. Communities relied on these structures to preserve both life and dignity, reinforcing moral integrity even under extreme duress. Psychological endurance was continuously nurtured through cumulative acts of care, observation, and ethical engagement. Families developed routines and rituals that integrated vigilance, cooperation, and cultural continuity. Children internalized these practices, learning observation, moral reasoning, and practical skills as inseparable components of survival. Trauma, though persistent, was mitigated through these mechanisms, reinforcing both individual and collective resilience. Life endured through the integration of material, social, and moral faculties, illustrating the subtle intelligence and adaptability of human communities. Cultural continuity, deeply embedded in daily life, reinforced psychological resilience and ethical engagement. Oral histories, poetry, music, and ritual practice preserved memory, identity, and moral frameworks. Even small or improvised acts of culture reinforced cohesion, hope, and continuity. Communities relied on culture to navigate scarcity, social complexity, and moral dilemmas, sustaining survival alongside dignity and ethical awareness. As 2029 progressed, the story of Yemen's hidden genocide became increasingly a story of quiet endurance. Life continued, scarred but persistent, shaped not only by material conditions but by the moral and ethical practices that had been cultivated over years of adversity. Families wove networks of observation, cooperation, and ethical reasoning, ensuring that scarcity, displacement, and threat did not entirely erode social cohesion or moral integrity. Small gestures, sharing water, protecting a neighbor, telling a story, became the threads through which communities maintained continuity, hope, and dignity. Yemen's hidden genocide is not only a narrative of loss but a testament to human adaptability, moral intelligence, and resilience. Life persisted not solely because of biological necessity but because individuals and communities integrated survival, ethical reasoning, and cultural continuity into the fabric of daily existence. The faint whispers of laughter, shared meals, prayer, and song endured, weaving an unbroken thread through the devastation. In the quiet moments between scarcity and survival, communities discovered a profound truth: endurance is as much about moral and cultural preservation as it is about food, water, or shelter. Ethical engagement became a currency of survival, culture a scaffold for resilience, and trust a lifeline. Yemen's people, though largely unseen and unheard by the outside world, demonstrated extraordinary capacities for sustaining life, dignity, and morality under conditions that might have obliterated both. Even as the shadows of famine, war, and displacement lingered, subtle forms of recovery, adaptation, and hope emerged. Families monitored the sick, rationed food, and coordinated water collection. Children learned observation, cooperation, and moral reasoning alongside survival skills. Elders transmitted cultural memory, practical knowledge, and ethical guidance. Each of these acts, though quiet and often invisible, contributed to a resilient moral and social fabric that had preserved life through relentless adversity. The epilogue closes with a meditation on endurance. Human survival is neither linear nor purely material. It is cumulative, subtle, and deeply intertwined with ethics, culture, and social cohesion. Yemen's story, hidden from the world's gaze, exemplifies how communities can navigate extreme adversity through observation, cooperation, moral reasoning, and cultural continuity. Even in the absence of global recognition, life endures, hope persists, and the human spirit maintains a fragile but profound resilience. In the quiet aftermath of prolonged conflict, famine, and displacement, Yemen stood as a landscape both scarred and astonishingly alive. The air, still heavy with dust and echoes of devastation, carried the subtle rhythm of life persisting against all odds. Homes were repaired slowly, crops regrew in careful rotations, and water flowed where meticulous management allowed. Each act of survival, though often small and unnoticed, resonated with profound significance. A mother distributing water to her children, a neighbor sharing a morsel of bread, an elder recounting a story from before the war. These acts were simultaneously practical and moral, shaping the invisible architecture of community life. Communities had become extraordinary laboratories of adaptation, integrating observation, cooperation, and ethical reasoning into the fabric of daily life. Scarcity, displacement, and threat had taught the people of Yemen lessons in vigilance and foresight, while also nurturing moral discernment. Each decision, how to allocate food, whom to protect, which routes to take for water, was a delicate balance between survival and ethics. In this balance, life endured, not as a fragile shadow, but as a persistent, morally engaged presence. Famine, the silent companion of years, had receded only gradually, yet its imprint remained. Bodies bore the marks of prolonged malnutrition, landscapes reflected missed harvests, and the social fabric carried the memory of scarcity. Yet within these shadows, communities developed strategies that preserved life and reinforced trust. Families pooled resources, monitored the sick, and coordinated rotational systems of care, food, and water. Ethical reasoning became inseparable from practical action. Each choice was both a survival strategy and a moral exercise. In such an environment, the endurance of life was inseparable from the endurance of dignity, trust, and ethical awareness. Displacement, while disruptive, also cultivated resilience. Families navigating temporary shelters, urban centers, or rural havens learned to read social hierarchies, negotiate access to scarce resources, and integrate into new networks of trust. Informal leaders mediated disputes, allocated necessities, and reinforced the moral frameworks that allowed newcomers to coexist with established residents. Observation, patience, and negotiation became essential tools for survival, as critical as food, water, or shelter. The human mind, trained by adversity, had learned to integrate ethical reflection into the routine mechanics of survival. Healthcare remained constrained, yet communities compensated through knowledge, observation, and cooperation. Rotational caregiving systems ensured that the sick, the elderly, and the most vulnerable received attention. Decisions about care were ethical as much as practical. Fairness, trust, and duty guided choices. Epidemics, exacerbated by malnutrition and displacement, were mitigated through collective vigilance, improvisation, and shared knowledge. Survival depended on integrating physical care, social trust, and moral reasoning, a quiet, pervasive practice of ethical endurance. Water, the axis of life, continued to shape moral and social structures. Its careful management required foresight, precision, and negotiation. Women and children, who bore primary responsibility, exercised profound observation, subtle negotiation, and ethical discernment. Each act of water collection, measurement, or distribution was a moral gesture, reinforcing social trust and communal cohesion. Water became more than a resource, it was a measure of relational integrity, a medium through which ethical life was continuously enacted. Psychological resilience persisted in parallel with practical adaptation. Families maintained routines, rituals, and quiet practices that reinforced hope and continuity. Storytelling, music, prayer, and play acted as emotional refuge and ethical rehearsal. Children internalized these practices, developing observation, cooperation, and moral reasoning alongside survival skills. Trauma, while persistent, was tempered by the cumulative effects of care, vigilance, and cultural continuity. Life endured not only through endurance of the body, but through cultivation of dignity, ethical engagement, and relational awareness. Cultural continuity, subtle but vital, had become a linchpin of community survival. Oral histories preserved collective memory, poetry articulated sorrow and resilience, and ritual reinforced social cohesion and ethical reasoning. Even clandestine or improvised cultural acts sustained identity, reinforced trust, and embedded moral frameworks into daily life. Communities relied on these subtle threads to navigate scarcity, threat, and moral complexity, ensuring that life persisted with both dignity and coherence. Education, evolving under prolonged crisis, blended literacy, numeracy, and survival skills. Children learned to observe, negotiate, and cooperate, internalizing ethical reasoning alongside practical competencies. Play, cooperative work, and storytelling became pedagogical instruments, reinforcing moral awareness and adaptive intelligence. The next generation, inheriting both trauma and knowledge, was being equipped to navigate a complex world of scarcity, social fragility, and moral responsibility. Famine and displacement had made ethical decisions unavoidable. Families weighed daily questions: how to ration food, whom to protect, how to negotiate scarce resources. These were not hypothetical moral exercises, they were lived realities, embedding trust, reciprocity, and social cohesion into everyday survival. Scarcity became a lens for ethical engagement, a medium through which moral reasoning was continuously exercised, transmitted, and reinforced across generations. Healthcare, vulnerability, and scarcity continued to interact in cascading ways. Epidemics persisted, but communities mitigated them through observation, rotation, and collective action. Decisions about care, prioritization, and monitoring reflected ethical consciousness as much as practical need. Survival, in this context, was a continuous integration of physical, social, and moral faculties. Life itself became a practice of ethical endurance, a meditation on trust, responsibility, and communal obligation. Social cohesion, honed over years of adversity, had become a sophisticated mechanism for sustaining life. Neighborhood committees, elder councils, and informal networks coordinated resources, mediated disputes, and reinforced ethical norms. Trust, observation, and negotiation were indispensable. Informal codes, emergent from scarcity and moral reflection, guided interactions and resource distribution. Communities relied on these structures to preserve both survival and dignity, allowing moral life to flourish even amidst scarcity and threat. Psychological endurance remained deeply intertwined with moral engagement. Families cultivated resilience through cumulative acts of care, observation, and cooperation. Children internalized these practices, learning to navigate observation, ethical reasoning, and practical challenges as an integrated skill set. Trauma was mitigated through these subtle mechanisms, reinforcing resilience and maintaining social cohesion. Life persisted through the alignment of material, social, and moral faculties, a testament to human ingenuity and ethical persistence. Cultural continuity, woven into daily practice, reinforced ethical and psychological resilience. Oral histories, poetry, music, and ritual preserved memory, identity, and moral frameworks. Even the smallest cultural acts sustained cohesion, hope, and continuity. Communities relied on these practices to navigate scarcity, moral complexity, and social fragility, ensuring that survival was not only physical but also ethical, relational, and cultural. As Yemen moved further into the late 2020s, the Hidden Genocide became more than a record of suffering, it became a narrative of human endurance. The faint whispers of life, children's laughter, shared meals, prayers, songs, persisted. Families and communities wove intricate networks of observation, cooperation, and moral engagement, ensuring that even in the absence of recognition or relief, life endured with dignity. The subtle architecture of survival was not visible on maps or in reports, but it was present in every act of care, every ethical decision, every cultural practice that allowed communities to persist. The ultimate reflection of this epilogue is profound. Human survival, under extreme adversity, is never merely biological. It is ethical, social, and cultural. Yemen's communities exemplify the extraordinary capacities of humans to sustain life, morality, and hope, even when the world looks away. Scarcity, displacement, and threat had not only tested physical endurance but cultivated moral intelligence, cultural continuity, and social sophistication. The Hidden Genocide was as much a test of ethical and cultural survival as it was of life itself. Even as the ruins of war, famine, and displacement remained, subtle forms of recovery persisted. Families continued to monitor, ration, and share, children continued to learn observation, cooperation, and moral reasoning, elders continued to transmit knowledge, ethics, and cultural memory. Each small, often invisible act contributed to the resilience of communities, preserving life, trust, and dignity against overwhelming odds. The human spirit endured quietly, resiliently, ethically, in ways that would be recognized only by those willing to observe deeply, patiently, and with attention to subtlety. In the end, Yemen's story is a meditation on survival, ethics, and human continuity. It is a story of quiet courage, subtle moral persistence, and cultural endurance. It reminds us that life under adversity is not merely about endurance of the body but about the preservation of trust, dignity, and ethical awareness. The faint, persistent rhythms of life, the sharing of water, the telling of stories, the maintenance of ritual, the protection of the vulnerable, constitute the quiet testimony of humanity's capacity to persist in the face of devastation. The Hidden Genocide of Yemen, largely unnoticed by the world, stands as both a record of suffering and a testament to resilience. In its shadow, communities cultivated adaptive intelligence, ethical engagement, and cultural continuity. The story of survival, though quiet, is extraordinary, a human narrative defined not only by endurance but by moral persistence, relational awareness, and subtle hope. Life, in Yemen, endured not simply as existence, but as ethical, cultural, and communal practice, proof of humanity's capacity to maintain dignity and hope even in the darkest circumstances. And so, as the sun sets over the fractured landscapes, the whispers of life continue. Families sit together, children play, stories are told, prayers are offered, and small acts of care unfold with quiet precision. The visible scars of famine and war remain, but beneath them lies the invisible architecture of human endurance. Yemen, though scarred, continues to live, not in headlines or global awareness, but in the subtle, unbroken rhythms of ethical, cultural, and communal life. In the stillness, one hears the true story, not only of destruction and loss, but of resilience, dignity, and hope. The hidden genocide remains unrecorded by many, yet it is etched into the lives, actions, and moral fabric of those who survived. Their quiet courage, their ethical vigilance, their subtle persistence of culture and care, offer a profound testament. Even in the depths of human suffering, life persists, morally, culturally, and ethically, shaping a world that endures, quietly but unbreakably.